They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
If you watch this show, you have heard of the massive fraud investigation out of Minnesota, but you may not know that an NFL player personally witnessed it. Federal agents raiding more than 20 locations this week, including daycare centers, businesses, and that was all part of a sweeping probe into the rampant fraud of taxpayer dollars. My next guest is the former captain of the Minnesota Vikings, and he says when he lived there, he saw Somali fraudsters buying luxury sports cars with that money. Jack Brewer joins me now. Jack, honor to have you. My family loves you, so great to sit across from you. You saw in 2002 these individuals buying luxury cars?
Well, I didn't see them in 2002. I saw them later, but I got there almost 30 years ago. Kaylee, I went to college, University of Minnesota, and you saw an influx of Somali population. And, you know, I played in the National Football League, so a lot of my teammates were in there buying cars and the Maserati dealerships and all the dealerships. And slowly, as you started to get into the 2000s, you know, 2010, 2014, 15, 16, you start seeing so many Somalians there purchasing these luxury goods. And I always wondered, how in the world did these folks get so much money? Because you look and you see that when they come here, over 50% of them are on welfare. You know, they're not working. And if you go and look at the communities, I mean, literally full of Section 8 housing units, the housing units there, full of Somalians. And so they weren't necessarily doing well in the economy, so you would always wonder, how do they get so much money? They're at the malls, they're shopping, we got Louis Vuitton stores, and they're buying them. I'm a pro athlete, so, you know, that was a different story. I was used to seeing that, but you didn't expect, you know, Somali immigrants who were supposedly coming here to flee their country doing that well. And so I always questioned that. And, you know, if you start to look, and then it started to all make sense. You know, a lot of people want to use race and color and things, all of these different things. But when you start to look at populations, people need to come here to work, right? The Bible tells us that in 2 Thessalonians in the 3rd chapter, that if you don't work, you don't eat. You don't come here and rob a nation. If you look at folks that come here from Nigeria, for example, they come here and they prosper. Their household income on average is higher than white people in America. Stop the cap. They're making over $85,000 per household. You look at Ghanaians that come over here from Ghana, amazing country of Ghana. They come here, they make over $80,000 per household, more than the normal standard American that's been here for decades. And so this is not about race. This is about culture of people, a country that has come over here and they've worked with people in America. These liberals in America have taught them how to steal from the U.S. government. And that's what's happening before our eyes. They're a part of the political process. They're taking the money that they steal from the government and they're donating it to these liberal woke politicians in the state of Minnesota, and it needs to stop.
And your wife's family immigrated from the Middle East. And I love that you say this steals from poor people. And that whistleblower report I covered earlier, they're saying that families who drop their kids off at these child care centers taking in more than $1 million, their children were not fed.
They were not fed. Can you imagine? You're talking about millions of meals. I'll do charity work. We distribute over 3 million pounds of food a year. I know what poverty looks like. I know what serving. These are the populations that I serve. You go down deep in Minnesota and you tell me that you can fraudulently take that much money when all these folks who actually need it. Look at the wealth disparity in the city of Minneapolis. You got the largest wealth disparity in the entire country when it comes to black folks and white folks. That's in Minnesota. Huge wealth gap there. So you have people that are really in need. Look at the reading and math proficiency levels in the state of Minnesota. One of the largest gaps that we have. You have schools in the inner cities in Minneapolis where it's hard to find a kid that's proficient in reading and math in the 4th grade unless they're white. The black kids can't read and write in that state. They have a huge issue, Kaylee, and they figured out a way to pad their pockets just like they do in so many other liberal cities across America, and then they fearmonger people and they race-bait people into turning a blind eye. That's the reason why no one's prosecuted. What I'm talking about, everyone there has seen it. If you live in Minneapolis and you have access to malls and stores and clothes, you've seen the emergence of the Somali elite across that state.
Wow, fascinating. Jack Brewer, I want to bring you back because I want to talk about your faith, which I know is really important to you. And my sister Ryan loves you, so thank you so much.
Stop the cap.
Each other snitching on each other. God damn. Snitching on each other. All right, let's get back to that cross-examination of Stefan Diggs' chef. This is entertaining.
December 16th, right?
Yes.
And that was to...
Hold on, God, I'm pressing pause. They don't pause. Peace, K Jersey. Where you at? South Jersey, North Jersey, Central Jersey. Chad Smith, Ricardo Flock, Claus Van Dam, Grand Rising, Grand Rising.
Officer Ellis of the Denham Police Department,
Yes.
right? And you sat with Officer Ellis, right?
Yes.
And you told him your story,
Yes.
and he took notes of what you were saying.
Yes.
Because what you were saying was important to issuing a criminal complaint, right?
Oh my God!
I don't know what a criminal complaint is. I was making a report. I don't know.
Stop the cap.
You were making a report to the police
Yes.
about what you said was a violent assault, correct?
Yes.
And your purpose in making a report to the police about a violent assault was to start a criminal case.
No. I made a criminal report to have a report to document it.
So documentation was important to you, right?
Yes.
The story that you just told to this jury under oath was very different from what you told to Officer Ellis. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
What you said to Officer Ellis when you reported this crime, this so-called crime, is that you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes.
You told the police officer who filed the criminal complaint in this case based on your word that your fight with Mr. Diggs on December 2nd was over money. True?
Yes.
Except you just testified under oath to this jury that you didn't start talking about money until December 5th, right?
Oh my God!
What did you say?
You just testified under oath to this jury.
I had been begging for my money since December the 5th. Mr. Diggs, and throughout those messages, you can see that I was begging for my money since that day.
Which message? Are you talking about Exhibit 3 that you just looked at?
It's other messages that you guys should have me begging for my money from Mr. Diggs.
Ms. Adams,
Yes.
do you recall testifying under oath to this jury that your fight on December 2nd was about Lindsay, your anger at Lindsay, and you being told you couldn't go on the Miami trip.
My anger was at Stefan. I never said my anger was at Lindsay.
You were angry at Stefan on December 2nd.
Yes.
Because you were told you couldn't go on
I was
Miami.
angry at Stefan because we were friends. He told me at the last minute I could not go to Art Basel.
And yet when you walked into the police station on December 16th, you said you had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to you.
Yes, money owed to me after I asked Mr. Diggs.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh, no, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Listen, family, the power of cross-examinations. You can be actually innocent, and a cross-examination can have you looking like a fool, a lying fool. Okay, so just imagine if you're actually lying. With a good lawyer, you ain't got a chance in hell. They're going to make you look like a double lying fool. Okay, that's why some lawyers say, look, I know you're lying, don't get up there. Nope. You see, Diddy ain't get up there. Diddy like, nah. His lawyer like, don't you take your goofy butt up there, bro. But OJ got up there. OJ got up there. Trying to tell you, man. Yeah, when you get cross-examined, it exposes some good things. People are actually guilty and people who just might be innocent. Just might be innocent.
On December the 2nd, when can I get paid?
Oh, she Haitian? Hold on. Because I'm all being, what's her name? Somebody type her name in the chat. Let me look her background up before. I'm a roaster if she Haitian.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Only because she's finessing. I don't tolerate foreign finessing FBAs. I don't like that.
Your Honor, we've seen a sidebar.
Yeah.
The hell is that? Hospital machine? Myla Adams? All right, let me check.
Do you recognize that document that I've shown you as the police report that was prepared based on your statements on December 16th?
Yes.
You've seen this report before?
Yes, I need it.
And you see on the report where it says, she said that on this date, the male that she worked for entered her unlocked bedroom. They had been having an ongoing text exchange over money owed to Adams. She said that they began to discuss this, which apparently angered the male.
I did
There's no
not.
question pending yet. Do you see that language?
Yeah.
Did you say that to Police Officer Ellis on December 16th?
Yes, I see it.
And that wasn't true, was it?
Okay, she's Trinidadian. I believe she's Trinidadian. Based on based on testimony from the 2026 trial regarding NFL player Stephon Diggs. Jamila Adams is closely associated with Trinidad and Tobago. Shy Charles, a witness, testified to taking Adams to her home country of Trinidad and Tobago around Thanksgiving in November. Yes, she's Trinidadian. There we go. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. There we go. Now we got it. She's trying to finesse. I don't approve. I don't approve this finesse attempt.
To my recollection, it was true. We did discuss money and payment.
Ms. Adams, you just testified under oath about what happened on December 2nd.
Okay, I also didn't put in the police report our sexual relationship because I was ashamed. The police report got leaked. I didn't put a lot of things. The most important thing was the attack in the police report. Me reporting anything outside of...
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Are you f***ing dumb? Are you f***ing dumb?
Why he got upset, I didn't feel the need to put it. I was scared of how it was received by the public. He's in a very public relationship with Cardi B.
Stop the cap.
So I did not put a lot of things in the police report. My most important thing was him assaulting me and choking me and stuff. So that was the most important thing that I put in the police report. I was very vague. I didn't feel the need that I had to go and explain the relationship.
When you were asked questions, you actually gave
I didn't feel...
You must wait until I finish the question.
Wait until counsel has finished the question. Okay. Answer it. If you don't understand it, ask it.
Because you didn't feel it was important. When you were asked questions about what happened on December 2nd, you lied.
It did not change what happened on December 2nd. It did not change what happened on December 2nd. He choked and slapped me.
Ms. Adams, I'm going to try my question again. Because you didn't think it was important. When you asked the questions of Dedham Police Officer Ellis on December 16th, you lied.
I did not lie. I just did not expand on detail on the relationship
Stop the cap.
with Mr. Diggs. I didn't feel that that was important. The sexual relationship, I didn't feel like that was important. I didn't feel it was important that he was upset because I told him I was not in love.
Hey, man, check up from the top. Check up from the top. Check up from the top is slang for basketball, right? When you get fouled, you call your own foul. You say, man, check up from the top. So she's being fouled. She's fouling. Oh, my God. You got to stop. You didn't believe it was important. You got to stop. Come on, man. That shows motive. That shows dishonesty. Come on. You didn't think a lawyer is... Now y'all seeing how it happens, family. When y'all go to court and y'all, you know what I mean? Like you say you're the victim of something, a hate crime, job discrimination. Look, you got to stand on what you say. Don't try to leave out information because they got lawyers too. And they're going to cross-examine you. Like, so when people cross-examine you, it's to discredit you. It's not to make you feel great. And look, it's to discredit you, to show that you're not trustworthy. Your testimony is garbage, foo-foo. You're fouling.
With him like those other women. I was ashamed of being with him. I didn't feel the need to explain it to the police officer.
Stop the cap.
Please answer the question. And ask you the next question. All right.
Under oath, on December 2nd, when you claim Mr. Diggs walked into your room, you had not been having a text exchange fight over money.
The last text exchange fight was over money. The last text exchange was me saying, you need to pay me out for the rest of the season. I'm out of your life. Give me the money for my business in that order. That was the last text exchange. His response to me...
Well, ma'am, before we get to his response, why don't we get
You
to
will
what
be
you
paying
were
me out
responding
for the
to?
season and the money you said you would give me for my business. Wasted my, excuse my language, fucking time being here because you have a, excuse my language again, fucking circus going on. I am out of your life. I am ruining that bitch life.
All right, Ms. Adams, you're going to listen to counsel's question. You're going to answer that question, and then you're going to wait for the next question. This is not an opportunity for you just to say whatever comes to mind.
Okay.
All right? It is to be responsive to the question presented.
Is she 14 up there? Is she tiptoe trolling? What's the other one? Tethering. You dig? No, tapping out. You ain't doing that in front of, during cross examination, are you? She's 14 doing cross examination. It's not a good look.
Next question, counsel.
Thank you, Anna. That response that you just read, that was actually a response to something Steph wrote to you, right?
That was a text exchange over
Yes or
money.
no question, ma'am.
What was your question?
What you just read into the record, that was a response to a text message that Steph sent to you, correct?
Yes.
And in that request, in that message that Steph sent to you, you understood you were getting fired, right?
No.
What Steph wrote to you is,
My God, that's what happens. Look, you got an attorney. You just read off some information that she's using against you. That's what I do to haters that come on this channel. When they try to go against FBA, our core talking points, and hey, won't you look up Negro Land? Won't you Google this? Okay, let's look at it. And it turns out it always cooked them. Look up the OMB. The OMB said this. Okay, let's look up the OMB. We look it over and it cooks them every time. Look, her own information cooks her. This is what, by the way, this is what Garvey did when he was on trial. All right, Garvey ain't trying to win at all. Garvey is trying to to recruit still. My man was in trial. He wasn't defending the scamming accusations and the defraud, right? He was trying to recruit. Look, this is what Garvey was saying on trial. Wow, he was like, yo, defend yourself. I don't care about that.
You know me? I am the original Jamaican Dandana.
That's what Garvey was doing on trial. He was not trying to, he was trying to recruit. You dig?
I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me for this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got to this, but oh well. Right?
Yes.
And you understood when you received that he was telling you you were not going to be cooking for him anymore.
No.
You didn't understand that.
No.
And that's why you responded with, you will be paying me out this season and the money you owe me.
No.
Because you knew you were about to lose your job, right?
I was not about to lose my job.
You didn't understand, I'ma leave you be. Thank you for cooking for me this season. I appreciate you. Hate it even got like this as a sign that you were about to lose your job?
No.
Wow. This is a delusional person. Not just woman, a delusional person.
Are you f***ing dumb? Are you f***ing dumb?
In any event, you didn't tell Officer Ellis on December 16th when you reported this assault any of that, right?
The last text message was about money. The last back and forth text messages was about money. Money he owed me for not finishing out the contract, and money he owed me that he said that he would invest in my business.
So
I took a lower pay because Stefan agreed that I will have chance to work on my business by working with
Ms.
him.
Adams, there's no question in front of you right now. And again, please answer the question. It's not an opportunity for you just to add your story.
Hey, yo. Stephon Diggs was wrong for that one, though. Yeah, she fell for the I'm going to invest in your business finesse. I believe Stephon said that one. Yo, that was wrong, bro. And she, oh, you got a business? All right. What you be doing? Selling mushroom coffee from Ghana? All right. Count me in. I will invest.
You told other falsehoods to Officer Ellis, didn't you?
No. Not to my knowledge.
You told Officer Ellis that that you had injuries from this alleged assault, right?
I told him I had bruising, meaning redness, and soreness on my throat.
You told him you had bruising on your neck, right?
It was like red. It wasn't like purple bruises. On the incident report, pull that up.
You didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police office on December 16th, did you?
No, that happened on December 2nd.
Right. So any injuries that you would have had, you had a reason for why they weren't there, right?
It happened, it faded. The fading went away the night.
Right. And
Stop the cap.
did you take any pictures of your injuries?
I was in shock. The first thing was not to take pictures. It was to get it together.
I thought you just testified under oath that you had just received a text message from a woman named Anna. That's Anna Kokolis, right?
You're in the wrong timeline.
You didn't just testify under
You're
oath.
on the wrong
that, ma'am?
timeline.
You didn't just testify under oath that you were sitting on your bed, reading a cookbook, got a text message from Anna, and Mr. Diggs walked into your room?
Mr. Diggs walked in minutes after I texted him. That's how I based the time on what time he walked in the room.
Okay. So you had a phone in your hand when he walked in the room?
My phone was on the bed. I was reading a book. I wasn't texting her in the moment of Mr. Diggs walking in the room.
No. Okay. But you had a phone right there in your room?
Yes.
And it's an iPhone?
Yes.
And it's got a camera on it?
Yes.
And you can take videos with it?
Yes.
And you do take videos with it?
Yes.
You take pictures with it?
Yes.
You take pictures of yourself with it?
Yes.
A lot?
Not often.
Not often. You have social media account for your business, don't you?
Yes.
Do you post things on your social media account?
I'm not as active as I should be.
You don't use your iPhone to take videos or pictures for that?
I'm not a very active person on social media.
Your Cash App $sign,
But you
and we're going to
certainly
start
had a
getting some
phone in
work
your
done,
room
family.
when you claimed you
So
were
please get them
violently
donations and get them
injured,
in.
right?
That has nothing to do or justify the reason I was attacked.
Say yes or no question, ma'am.
Yes, I had a phone.
Okay. You took no pictures of your face or your neck or
That
your
has
chest?
nothing to do.
I need to finish my question.
Okay.
You took no pictures of your face on December 2nd, did you?
No.
No pictures of your neck on December 2nd, right?
No.
No pictures of your chest on December 2nd?
No.
You said Mr. Diggs hit you across the face. Did you have any marks on your face?
No.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh, no, so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
No. Bruh.
Are you f***ing dumb? Are you f***ing dumb?
You understand Mr. Diggs is a professional football player, right? He's an elite athlete.
I don't know. He's an athlete.
You don't know that he's an elite athlete?
I guess.
Okay.
You call him that.
And you testified he slapped you across your face?
Yes.
And you had no marks from it?
I was red. It was red.
No.
Bruises, they get worse over time. Do you agree with me?
It was redness. It wasn't bruises.
Oh, hang on. There's an objection. Okay, roll on the objection. That is overruled. You may answer the question.
I had redness, mark like I'm light skinned. I turn red when
You also get bruises, don't you?
if I hit something hard, yeah.
Right. And bruises get worse over time, right?
Okay. I'm not
Do they?
sure. I'm not sure. I don't get bruises a lot. I don't recall.
Do you recall telling Officer Ellis you were bruised on December 2nd?
My idea of bruising is soreness, hurting. I was red. It was redness. My face was red and on my chest was red. I didn't turn purple or pink or anything like that. I didn't. It was redness.
Because you didn't have any injuries when you walked into the police station on December 16th, Officer Ellis actually sent you a form to fill out to describe the injury.
Do I think Stefan Diggs is innocent of all of this? No, I think he definitely put hands and feet on her. But they're playing chess. He's finessing, right, to get what he want without giving giving much. And she's doing the same thing. Like, she's trying to do what she can do to get everything out of him. So he's trying to get out of her and give her little, and she's trying to get out of him a lot and give him little. So it's a finesse game. So now we're in court, right? So whoever loses can't be mad. Just like Diddy and Cassie. That was a whole finesse thing as well with each other. And whoever loses, that's what it is. Like, this is the game they play. The games we play when you go high and I go seek. Let me be the one to make you. Who sung that song?
That you said you had on December 2nd, right?
Yes.
And you filled out that form, right?
Yes.
And you didn't do it on December 16th, did you?
No.
He actually emailed it to you, and you took 2 days, and then you emailed it back. True?
Yes.
Okay. And on that form, you put that your chest and throat were very sore for days after, right?
Yes.
And you put that you had redness, tenderness, pain, and bruising on your neck, right?
Like I said, bruising for me is redness. It was sore, it was redness.
Well, you felt that.
Ma'am, you can't define bruises, okay? You can't say, hey, this is that, so this is a bruise. That's not how that works. We have medical examiners, and you're supposed to take pictures as well. Everybody know that. You know, all of us that got into some type of something with somebody, we took pictures of it. You dig? If you at work and you said you got hurt, you're going to take pictures of the spill. You dig yourself on the ground. This is what you're supposed to do. He's trying to finesse you. You're trying to finesse him, and you're getting out finessed. Like, you got to hold the L.
Away and literally like maybe by the next day, if earlier than that.
The thing is, family, that this ain't back in the day where some like finessers can date like a Michael Jordan, a Shaquille O'Neal, and finesse them because they like game goofy. Yeah, these YNs, these are the people y'all trying to finesse. They're not game goofy. They're game aware, and you see, the game is getting tricky.
Ms. Adams, when did you learn that the defense had provided videos of you to the Commonwealth?
Maybe yesterday or Friday, I think. Sometime last week when I spoke with Drew.
So last Thursday you met with Mr. Virtue to prepare for your testimony, right?
Yes.
And you met with your lawyer as well, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer is representing you in an effort to get money from Mr. Diggs. True?
My lawyer's representing me my workers' comp claim, the injuries that I received on the job that Mr. Diggs refused to pay for. That's what my lawyer is representing me for.
Are you sure about that, ma'am?
She is my I got my lawyer from workers' comp.
Oh my God!
We'll come back to that. Let's stay with the form. You told Officer Ellis on December 18th, so now 16 days after you say you were assaulted, that you had redness, bruising, and soreness on your chest, right?
I told him that, or I wrote that.
Well, you wrote it in a form. You took your time and you chose which answers to give,
yes.
right? Okay. And you told him your shoulders were red and very sore, right?
Right. This whole area here was sore. Across my chest.
Stop the cap.
And you told him your whole body was sore, actually, didn't you?
It was.
You told him it was difficult for you to sleep.
I was very upset.
And I think you testified today that Steph supposedly put his...
Her lawyer that allowed her to get cross-examined that lawyer is in question as the worst lawyers, like Tasha K lawyer. That didn't Tasha K Tasha K hired a lawyer that had no experiences on like defamation cases and cease and desist, like things like that. I heard that Tasha K lawyer had no experience with that. It did like this is kind of the same thing. She's talking about this is a workers' comp lawyer defending her in a criminal trial. Like how your workers' comp lawyer is also your criminal. Like, did you? Hey, I know you're investigating this job accident, but I really need you to represent me in court against Stephon Diggs, please. Please, I'm begging you.
Forearm around your neck?
Steph did put his forearm around my neck.
Not his hand?
No.
Okay. But you told Officer Ellis he used his hand, didn't you?
I told him to use this. This is the crook of his elbow. That is in the grip.
Carolyn, may I approach? That's the form that you filled out over a course of 2 days and sent back to Officer Ellis, true?
Yes.
And if you look right in under the heading method and or manner of strangulation suffocation, right in the maybe top third of that page. See that?
Yes.
Question number 2. How was the victim strangled? Check all that apply. See that?
Forearm, right hand.
You told him you were strangled with his right hand, true?
With forearm, right hand. That is what's checked.
Okay, but you just testified under oath it was only his forearm.
This is the right side. I'm little. Everything went across my neck. So that is what I meant by forearm, right hand was his whole right side. Right hand was the smack and forearm was the choke. How was the victim strangled? That was, right hand meant smack, but his whole right arm was across my chest.
You also estimated the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation. Do you remember doing that?
Yes. I peed myself and I came back on my cycle really heavily.
So that was a yes or no question? Yes, you remember doing that, right?
Yes.
And you had a choice. Low is a 1 and 10 is a high. You see that?
Yes.
What'd you pick?
10.
10?
Yes.
You said Mr. Diggs is 6 feet tall. He's actually 6'2", right?
I don't know.
You don't know how tall he is? You've known him for 4.5 years.
I don't know. He's taller than me. Way taller than me.
Okay. And you know he lifts weights every day, right? He takes hits from 300-pound men, right? For his job. True?
I guess.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know what his role is. And I thought he ran the ball. I don't know if people... I'm not sure what he does.
Stop the cap.
How many games that Steph Diggs has played in have you attended?
I don't know football. I don't watch it to know what's what. I've attended a couple games.
Stop the cap.
The question was, how many of Stephon Diggs' games have you gone to and watched?
Gone to? Maybe 4.
And you don't know that he gets tackled in that game?
I don't really watch it.
Are you f***ing dumb? Are you f***ing dumb?
I'm just there for the vibes. I don't really know what be going on in football. I don't know the rules.
I think you will agree with me, that if Stephon Diggs used 10 out of 10 force on your neck,
it was 10 for me. For my little body and what I couldn't breathe, it was a 10 for me.
The question was, estimate the level of pressure that the suspect used during strangulation.
It felt a 10 to me. I could not breathe.
So you chose to answer a different question than the one you were asked.
This questionnaire is about me. Why wouldn't I answer it about me? This is not a questionnaire that's I don't know how to say it. A global, this is about me. This is what happened to me.
Okay. But you will agree with me, hypothetically speaking, if Stephon Diggs used 10 out of 10 strength to choke someone, anyone, that person would have bruises on their neck.
I would not agree.
Sustained. That objection is sustained.
You will agree that if Stefan Diggs used 10 out of 10 force to choke you, you would have bruises on your neck.
Objection sustained.
Now, you went to New York, you said, on the evening of December 2nd, true?
True.
And you stayed there until December 9th.
Yes.
And you had your phone with you all week.
Yes.
You took messages, you sent text messages.
Yes.
We know that because that's when you started talking about your money, right?
I did what?
You testified.
I asked for my money. I didn't talk about money. I asked for him to have finance sign off to pay me.
My mistake.
Yes. Thank you.
We'll get to that money too. And you didn't think it was important to record your injuries or take photos.
No, I was in shock. This is someone that I love that put his hands on me. That was not my first instinct, was to go and take a photo.
Sure. And then December 3rd, you didn't take any pictures.
No.
And December 4th.
It's a very complicated relationship. No, I did not take photos.
And you didn't take any videos.
No.
And you didn't go to the ER.
No.
You didn't go to a walk-in.
He already had paid my medical bills. Why would I go get more medical bills?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
The answer will be straight and non-responsive. Jurors will disregard it and not consider it.
You didn't seek any medical attention, right?
Unpaid medical bills.
Now you see now, you done fucked up, you know that, don't you? Oh, that's so, you know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now, you know that, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know it, don't you? No, you done fucked up.
Your Honor.
Are you f***ing dumb? Are you f***ing dumb?
Family, it's no way she's that dumb. That's just common sense. Especially if you're trying to get somebody in trouble. Yo, when something happens, when somebody's physical towards us and we are mad at that person and we want them to be held accountable, we are all taking pictures. That is the common sense thing to do. She's not that dumb. She's not that dumb. Yeah, he's trying to stop from laughing because he know his lawyer is cooking him. All right, hold on. Hold on, family. Give me a second. So I'm going to play Tariq Nasheed's reaction to this just for, entertainment value and purposes. Not like we ain't listen to it ourselves, the cross-examination. You dig? Let me go here. Because, he has a unique way of looking at things. Interesting, unique way to look at things. I'm going to switch to my phone. So I'm gonna do a quick commercial, then I'm gonna play Tariq's reaction to this right here. It's probably gonna be comical. He has a good, funny, friendly sense of humor on stuff like this. All right. Okay, so quick commercial.
All right, so I had asked ChatGPT, what is the difference between African Americans and foundational Black Americans? And ChatGPT told us.
Okay, why is that so loud? I fix that. Okay, I know what I can do. That is dumb loud on my side.
That the term African American and foundational Black American both refer to Black people in the United States, but have different historical and cultural distinctions. 1. African American is a broad term that refers to all Black people in the U.S., including those descended from enslaved Africans and more recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. Right? They lack.
So this is very important, family, because we're going to talk about right after Tariq gives his opinion on the Stephon Diggs case. We're going to cover, are Africans ethnically Black, and what does that mean to be ethnically Black? Okay,
What's that mean? I said it includes individuals from diverse backgrounds, such as Nigerians, Ghanaians, Haitians, and Jamaicans, who have immigrated to the U.S. It said it is commonly used in government documents, media, and general discourse to describe Black Americans. Who is Black Americans and African Americans? It's all of these people, right? It includes individuals from diverse backgrounds, not just the U.S. That's the point, all right? Foundational Black American, all right? Foundational Black American, or FBA, a term popularized by activists to read.
Why isn't my head acting? Shit.
To distinguish Black Americans who are direct descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S. Now, would any of y'all so-called African Americans from America say that y'all not the descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S.? If you're not the descendants of slaves in the U.S., then you are an immigrant Black. So it's not pertaining to you. So right there, FBA then already boxed me in. Right there, FBA, by definition, then already boxed me in. I'm not trying to follow Tariq Nasheed. This is pure logic right here. Would I deny, listen, would I deny that I'm 5'6.5" because one person uses a measuring tape and another person uses a 7-foot ruler, right? Am I gonna say, nah, I ain't 6'1.5"? I mean, I ain't 5'6.5" because I don't agree with the ruler. I only agree with the measuring tape. No, they're both recording the same height. Just like foundational Black American is recording the same thing that African American supposed to encompass. But it gets a little bit more direct, right? It says, it is a term popularized by activist Tariq Nasheed to distinguish Black Americans who are direct descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S. It says it emphasizes the contributions and struggles of those whose ancestors were enslaved in America rather than those who immigrated later. Put this again. What do foundational Black American, or FBA, do? It said it emphasizes the contributions and struggles of those whose ancestors were enslaved in America rather than those who immigrated later. All right? Advocates for specific reparations and policies that benefit this group separately from more recent Black immigrants, often linked to political and cultural focus on Black self-determination and economic empowerment. Then ChatGPT even gets funky. It gives us a chart. ChatGPT ain't playing with y'all. ChatGPT ain't saying what Chief X and Reggie and Unc was saying last night. Right? So it has features, right? African American, right? And foundational Black American. Who's included in African American? All Black people in the U.S., including immigrants. See that? African American. All Black people in the U.S., including immigrants. Foundational Black American. Who's included? Who's included? Only Black Americans descendant from U.S. slavery. Y'all saying that foundational Black American ain't talking about you now? Focus. African American. Who does it focus on? General Black identity in America. General Black identity in America. Foundational Black America. Who does it focus on? A specific lineage-based identity. What lineage? The descendants from U.S. slavery. That's the lineage. All right. Feature. Immigrant inclusion. African American. Includes African and Caribbean immigrants. FBA. It excludes immigrants, focuses on U.S. born descendants of enslaved people. How are y'all making this hard? All right, features, reparations view. African American is broad racial justice. African American has the Pan-African agenda attached to it. It's broad. It's talking about rights and stuff for all Black people. I acknowledge that. But FBA, right? It's specific reparations for U.S. slavery descendants. So at the specific level, it's only talking about the people who was enslaved in America, the Black people that is enslaved in America. Let's continue. Features. Cultural identity. African American is mainly Pan-African or American Black culture, right? Cultural identity for foundational Black America is unique Black lineage and culture here in America. That's it. That's it. All right. Why this distinction matters, right? Let ChatGPT tell you why this distinction between African American and FBA matters. ChatGPT is saying this. Now, do y'all think that Tariq Nasheed somehow hacked ChatGPT? No, ChatGPT is a language model. It learns. It's looking at the sources and it's making sense out of it. It's telling you what it is. Because you niggas are confusing it on purpose. It says the distinction is often discussed in conversations about reparations. Chief X mentioned this. Political representation and Black identity in America. Some argue that grouping all Black people under African American ignores the unique history of those whose ancestors were enslaved in the U.S., while others see it as an unnecessary division among Black communities. All right? All right. Ain't saying what y'all said. Ain't saying what y'all said. All right. But I even, right? Then I was accused. Yes, South Americans went through slavery, but that's a whole nother nation. We're talking about specific to this nation. Foundational Black Americans. The America that we're talking about is the United States of America. Come on, y'all. Don't do this. Don't do this Pan-African shit right now. Stay focused. Don't get nervous, like Chief X says. All right. So then I was accused. Let me go back to here. I was accused of being in Tariq Nasheed's cult. All right. I was accused of being in Tariq Nasheed's cult or some type of scam with Tariq Nasheed. All right. So let's see. Let's see. Oh. Exclusion. Let's see. Hold on. Where did I have it? All right, so here we go. Because they keep linking this to Tariq Nasheed, right? So I asked ChatGPT, does claiming foundational Black American make Tariq Nasheed your leader? They kept saying Tariq Nasheed your leader. You in a cult with Tariq Nasheed. If you're FBA, you only got to be talking about Tariq Nasheed. Remember, that was their big point. Now look what ChatGPT says. I asked it, does claiming foundational Black American make Tariq Nasheed your leader? And this is going to explain this even deeper than the question that I asked. It says emphatically, what that says? No. Claiming the identity of foundational Black American does not automatically make Tariq Nasheed your leader. Understanding FBA as an identity versus leadership. All right, 1, FBA is lineage-based identity. The term foundational Black American refers to the descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., not a membership-based organization with an official leader. Many people, here we go, many people identify as FBA without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. Boom! You niggas is out of there. I keep telling y'all, don't associate me with Tariq Nasheed. ChatGPT says that you cannot do that to everybody. It says many people identify as FBA without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. You niggas is done. Y'all just got a problem with Tariq Nasheed. It says Tariq Nasheed's popularized the term, not the identity. Tariq Nasheed popularized the term, not the identity. While Nasheed created and promoted the phrase foundational Black Americans, the historical reality of Black American lineage existed long before him. People who use the term may appreciate his advocacy. See, this is what you see men unbiased doing. We appreciate his advocacy, but are not obliged to follow him. Do y'all get that? It's just like a Black person can love the way that Farrakhan stands up for Black people. It don't mean that you follow Farrakhan, but you can agree with his stance for Black people. Do we agree with his origin for where black people come from, Farrakhan? No, we don't. But we agree with his stance and his fight for black people, for African Americans. You get that? We understand that he's fighting on our behalf. Even if we don't agree with his politics, his religion, right, or his historical understanding, we still can acknowledge, right, that he is a leader and fighter and advocate for us. The same with Tariq Nasheed. I don't have to agree with none of the shit he say about all that other shit. I can agree and appreciate his advocacy for foundational black Americans. All right? 3, diverse political and social views. Many FBAs support reparations, black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition. But they may have different approaches and beliefs. It's telling you that FBAs do not have a monolithic belief system. So to just lump every person who identifies who doesn't mind identifying with FBA as being lockstep with Tariq Nasheed, you doing that shit on purpose. You doing that shit on purpose to prove a point. It says that many FBAs support reparations, black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition, but may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. I highlight that. Y'all need to read that. Y'all need to read that. ChatGPT is telling you niggas this. It says many FBAs support reparations and black economics and empowerment and cultural recognition, but they may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. Conclusion. Hold on. My bad, y'all. Here we go. Somebody just knocked on my door. It says, identifying as FBA is a personal or political choice. And while Nasheed is a prominent advocate for this identity, it does not mean he is the leader of all people who claim it. Period. Don't know what y'all doing, right? I don't know what issues y'all got with Tariq Nasheed, but it's clouding y'all judgment. It is clouding y'all judgment. All right, let's get that out the way. All right, we back. I don't know what happened to this computer earlier. I don't know what happened, y'all. It frizzed out on me, right? So I'm trying to figure out, right? They went crazy on me, right? And it was all about Tariq Nasheed. And I'm like, yo, you know y'all could look FBA up. That shit ain't even that hard. It ain't even that hard. They claimed you must be in a cult with Tariq Nasheed and this, that, and the third. Tried to attach me to the people who was claiming that they was abos. Look, so if ChatGPT just gave us a way to understand FBA. Now, are y'all going to disagree with it and come up with your own way of understanding? Fine. I haven't, but don't put me in that no more. Because it just told you that you can identify as FBA and not agree with Tariq Nasheed's politics or his rhetoric. It told you that. So when somebody says that they don't follow Tariq Nasheed, and this is the understanding of FBA that they follow, y'all can't fight that no more. Y'all can't fight that no more. Right? And like I tried to tell Chief X and he cussed me out. I said, do you think I'm saying I'm not African American because I understand that according to the definition, I'm FBA also? That according to the definition, I'm ADOS also? Cuss me out. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck FBA. The fuck? Right? So, man, listen. Subscribe to the channel. I'm about to put up a link. James Cuban, come up. So, all right, here we go. I'm not even going to address that. I'm not even going to address that. That's crazy. Copy link. Boom. Stu Peas. Stu Peas left. All right. He asked me, am I going to fly that flag? I just told you I don't agree with Tariq Nasheed. Why would I fly his flag? Do I got to read this? I got to read this again, y'all. This is crazy. Give me a second. It just told you didn't have to agree with Tariq Nasheed in order to claim FBA. It just told you that. But y'all so stuck on Tariq Nasheed. It says, what's going on, Gaisha? Shakir. It says, many FBAs support reparations, Black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition, but they may have different approaches and beliefs that do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. What? If y'all can't get past that, I'ma just move on, yo. I swear. If y'all can't get past that, it's just good to just move on. He said it's too much if you need paperwork and ID. Why would you need paperwork and ID to be FBA? Why would you need paperwork and ID to be FBA? Do you need paperwork and ID to be African American? No, you're just an American. At the level that y'all talking about, we're just American citizens. And all you need is a valid birth certificate, social security card, and state ID. They are the only verifications that you need in America. You don't need nothing to in America to talk about your specific ethnicity. In America, no, it doesn't work like that. If I understand your question correctly. Yeah, but it's not ethnic paperwork though, right? That's not no ethnic paperwork. You get me? Does claiming foundational Black American make Tariq Nasheed your leader? No. Claiming the identity of foundational Black American does not automatically make Tariq Nasheed your leader. FBA is a lineage-based identity. The term foundational Black American refers to descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., not a membership-based organization with an official leader. Many people identify as FBA without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. I'm sorry y'all have to deal with this. Y'all have to deal with this. If y'all come up here on anything else, I'm ignoring y'all because I'm telling you, this is what I've been saying. It says many people identify as FBA. I'm a person that identifies FBA. I'm one of the many, right? And then it says without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. I'm in FBA. I identify as FBA and I don't agree with Nasheed's views. All right. Anybody want to discuss it? The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat. They did all that hooping and hollering. Right? They did all that hooping and hollering last night. Fighting Tariq Nasheed. See? Their issue, I keep telling y'all, is with Tariq Nasheed. They can't get over Tariq Nasheed being a bad motherfucker and getting money or something. I don't know. I don't know. So, boom. That's that. Hold on. So much love. Am I back? Am I back?
Hold on, give me some. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it, man. You got to make a whole goddamn stream to explain this shit, bro. It's too much. Too much. Too much dirt on it. Like shit.
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed gave us an uphill battle. You feel me?
You know what I'm saying? It's dirt on, you know what I'm saying? You know how niggas be like, he got dirt on his name, man. It's, it's hard to get off, man.
I agree. I agree. It's the arguments that they make though, right? Like I have no problem with a person disagreeing with Tariq Nasheed. Like, because I disagree with the nigga. You feel me? So if I can disagree with him and I'm FBA, so I know you gonna have the same disagreements that I had with him. You feel me? So it's almost a given, right? So, but I see that being a problem for some people. You know what I mean? But I don't mind explaining it. You feel me? It might be too much for you to explain. I don't mind explaining it if you accept the explanation once it's given. You dig what I'm saying? Now, if you
go to ChatGPT, you got to get clarity. You got to get like God damn, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. But see, that's the thing. So like, it's like when you explained your black, right? Remember, I was disagreeing. No, so that don't make no sense. But then when you explain, I said, okay, that's his explanation. That's what it is. I see it. You feel me? I ain't gonna. Once you explain it, there's no point of me arguing back and forth with you because I can see the relevance of how you're using it. You talking about African Americans, FBAs, black. You know what I mean? Yeah, that nigga might look like us, but that nigga, that's motherfucking Jamaican. That's motherfucking Cuban. You feel me? I know the difference. You feel me? Like
that's in a sense what the FBA say.
Exactly. You know what I mean? There's black.
You feel me?
Right. Yeah, them niggas black.
These ain't black, bro.
Right. Hey, black. And like you said, you got a baby mother that's Jamaican. You feel me?
Yeah, right.
Hey, she ain't black. You feel me? I'm like, yo. You know, it's another lane they can go in. You feel me?
Yeah.
You can be thinking y'all having the same conversation, and then they can hit a lane on you where they could show you, nah, y'all do shit different than us. Or we don't think like this. And you be like, damn, yo, I thought we was, you feel me? You could be in the middle of thinking y'all agreeing on some shit, and they can just do like that on us. They can just cut on us. You feel me? It's like,
you know what messed me up? We split up. She said, you know what? I'm not dating no more American men. I'm like, that shit my brother. Oh, what the? You know?
Yeah.
That let you know. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you got this. No more American men. Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I'm foreign.
You foreign now.
They call foreign. Foreign.
Yeah, now imagine what their family say. You feel me? When you not around. You know what I mean? When you got your old Yankee boy. You dig what I'm saying? Like all that type shit is in the game, yo. You feel me? That shit is in the game. But they'll Stoopies and them try to act like that ain't what it is. But they know what it is. You know what I mean? They know what it is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just like if I go get if a Jamaican man go get himself an American woman, right? An African American woman, shit is gonna be different. She ain't gonna know how to cook your food. You dig what I'm saying? All the shit that you like versus a Jamaican woman, you feel me? She gonna know how to cook your food, know the type of shit. You know what I mean? Boom, boom, boom. Is a connection there, and y'all gonna acknowledge those differences. Come on, Haskell. You know I'm telling the truth. You know y'all gonna do that. You feel me? You get yourself. You mess with right, Lord Yankee boy. You know what I mean?
Listen, instead of grits and egg, they had to set up an ackee and sausage. It looked like egg.
Exactly.
Eggs.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Little boy banana had to make it work.
Yeah. We eat oatmeal and cream of wheat. They eat porridge. Like, I don't even know what the fuck is porridge. Like, yo, that shit is crazy.
I hate that shit too. Yeah, I hate that shit.
I'm like, yo, what? I'm like, yo, we eat cream of wheat, yo, and oatmeal and grits. These motherfuckers a cup of porridge. Shit is different. You feel me? The motherfucker come in the barbershop with a cup of porridge, yo. I'm like, what the fuck is that, bro? You feel me? I mean, they explain it, and only thing I understand is what? Cream of wheat. Nigga, that shit look like some type of nasty ass cream of wheat you eating. Dump that shit out. Dump that shit out.
Hey, but it was a good show, man. It was hilarious with Chief Bank. That nigga Chief Bank went off on your ass.
Yeah, he did. Fuck FBA. Fuck you, nigga.
I'm sick of you, niggas. That shit crazy. What to do?
Brass, what up?
What's good?
What's going on? How was your flight?
Beautiful. I just went to Milk and Honey on Peachtree. Had a nice little breakfast, and I'm relaxing right now.
Milk and Honey is bust.
Yes, it is.
I ain't been to one on Peachtree. I'll go out there and call it park.
Yeah. What's going on with y'all?
Shit, I've been tripping off Tariq Nasheed.
Hey, listen, I watched a couple of the clips from last night. Nigga, when I tell you, we got off of there at 2. I took a shower, got an Uber to LaGuardia. But I was watching like the clips and shit to stay awake.
Mm-hmm.
T-Fax got to be the funniest thing in the history of YouTube, bro. This nigga said, but when he said, Uncle Reggie is right on this one, they are wrong on all that other shit.
Right?
But they're right.
They're right.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been trying to do that voice all day.
Oh, it's impossible.
They're right. Fuck that shit.
This favorite one is I want it. Everybody knows it.
And you niggas are wrong and deceitful.
Oh shit. Yo, I've never seen somebody. It's funny. That's why I say I don't know why people call him crazy. I got an uncle just like G-Bex that takes everything personal, bro. Everything is personal. He was like, you want to be FBA because you got a vendetta against me, Jeffrey.
And that's another thing that he do. He always everything is personal with him. You cannot be in the same. Listen, he just got into this hip hop conversation. We was having the hip hop conversation before he said, remember at first, I don't know nothing about hip hop. That ain't my thing. That's what he was saying at first. I was always saying hip hop was a black thing. Now he's saying the only reason I'm saying it's not black is because I want to disagree that it is black is because I want to disagree with him. Bro, you just gotten it. I didn't understand what Unc was saying at first. You feel me? Like, yo, he tried to take over conversations and act like any disagreement that you gotta be talking about him. Like, yo, you jump in conversations and think now that what did he say last night? He said the Afro and Afro Puerto Rican was talking about hair. Like, because they wore the Afro. So bro, are you?
You can clip that video.
Do you know how crazy that sound? And then when you try to correct them, no, let me finish. Like, bro, you are completely wrong. Like, that is so fucking wrong. The Afro is to put the African hyphenated for African. Before we was using they was in the 60s, in the early 70s, they was using Afro. Not oh my God, yo, it's just so. And then he was claiming everybody was Afro Puerto Rican. You feel me? Like,
nah, that's not how it works.
That's not how it worked. Like, yo, these is Afro Puerto Rican, bro. Like,
because there's Puerto Rican that don't have the same
the Afro on it.
As the other one. Yeah,
exactly.
Because they're predominantly Europeans, or the ones that have slave DNA, you know, so mixing like that. So, so it's mixed, just like Cuba,
right?
Mexico, Afro-Mexican,
exactly. Afro-Americans. You feel me?
Yeah, I'm sure a bunch of Mexicans walk around a bunch of Afro and shit.
Exactly. Like, it's just crazy. But other than that, like I said, the show last night was fire, and I want everybody to go back and watch the show. You feel me? But just don't watch it for what I'm talking about now. It was a great debate. You feel me? And I want y'all to see Truth Savior's information and how he put it together. He's smooth with that. You feel me? He had a counter for everything.
That's his thing.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Information Man was going on pretty hard body on.
Yeah. Information Man definitely be on.
He put it down.
His name Information Man for real though. Like, he try to he's one of the people. His Chief X fighting style is he's gonna take it personal. He gonna say he won, and then when he get upset, he goes start yelling whatever. Cool fight style. Information Man just tries to kill you with information, bro. Like, and I don't blame him, but he really thought at 2:00 in the morning we was gonna watch a 12-minute video of some guy sitting on the bench. Hell no. I let that shit go for about 4 minutes, and then he said it's only about 10 minutes left. No, hell no. Hell no. No. Even Chief X was like, could you please get to the point? Oh, yo. Wait. Here's the other one, though. And I'm taking this, y'all know how I feel about the constant community. I have no issue, no interest at all. But I am going to take credit.
Yeah, you love it. Trying to beat down?
Yeah, I'm trying to get away. But y'all keep trying to pull me back in.
You change your mind?
No,
I made you pass it. All right, fuck it.
Keep that pass. Keep it all nice.
You got the ID and everything, so you can walk around freely, don't even question your shit. Got FBA on it, so they know, like non-Tyreek FBA, so you got no problem. Just maneuver.
But I got Reggie, Chef, Oak, and Chief X on the panel. I'm pretty sure that's happened before. But you've never seen Oak and Chief X laughing at each other's jokes. And Chief X telling Oak and Reggie they was right. Like, it's a clip on there last night where
I've been giving him hell about it.
Yeah, I know. He probably was like,
I would have had all morning and shit. He tried to explain.
Hell no. You can't explain this one. You can't explain this one. No, buddy. What did I tell you? Hey, I told you, bro. Underneath all of this, all of these guys is friends. I know they enemies and they probably go back.
Yeah, not quite, Brad.
No. Listen, what I'm saying.
Don't go there yet.
No, listen. I've heard Chief X talk about Unc, right? No, not in a positive way. Where he'll say like we was friends. We started off, whatever. We started off some shit. I don't know, whatever conscious community thing. Together, they was doing this, that, and the other. Then they separated. They went left, started arguing, whatever. But last night, if you go back to the video, There's a point in the video where Chief X is just going off on Chef. Took off his camera, turned his camera on, and was laughing. So I put him on the big screen. He started trying to hide his face. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day, I know everybody hates each other. I get that part. But what would be more powerful is if everybody got together. And last night at least showed me, I know they wouldn't agree and they'd probably go back to war today. But last night at least showed me if you just forget for a second and you're a little sleepy, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, niggas could get along. Niggas could
It's like America. All you need is another enemy. If you got an enemy that you agree on, then you will change. You know what I'm saying? Like this us versus them. So now, So now the us versus them is us versus Chef. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
they tried to kill Chef. You lucky it was 2 o'clock in the morning.
Man, then Reggie get to talking about 40 acres and a mule is sterile when the kids can't. I'm like, we can't reproduce it. Like this nigga's a nut.
Wait, when that nigga said a dead mule, they gave us land.
Like, nigga, you can buy another mule, nigga.
Yeah, fuck your mule, nigga.
Mules can't procreate.
Yeah, I was like, even I looked it up. said he looked it up. When he said that shit, even I was like, wait a minute. Mules can't fucking have children.
Yeah, mules are sterile.
Oh yeah, mules are sterile. You're thinking about a donkey.
Yeah, I didn't know what the fuck.
Yeah, people get mules and donkeys mixed up.
Yeah,
that was way too fucking in-depth information at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, but you know the mule was for to help till the land, and you can always buy another mule.
You work a mule to death.
Land. People be saying land, but they forget it's tillable. You got to add that word, tillable land. It ain't just like some land that's just gonna be fucked off. They're gonna give you decent land. Oh, by the way, for Reggie, we donated to Reggie's Cash App last night, Chef. Just like you know, just in case he bring it up too.
Oh, okay. Why would y'all do that?
I say we, I mean me and you. I don't mean like Trimedia. I mean me and you.
Why
would we do that?
Bro,
yo, that's a crazy response, man. That's a crazy response to the donation. Niggas say, why?
Just say okay.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on here.
Why?
I'm trying to figure out why I'm about to send you a cash app. What did we?
Oh, no. Because I'm saying, I'm not, forget what Reggie talking about. I do hate the fact that y'all niggas really get up here. Bro, do you know how long we was live? Do you know how in-depth the information True Savior was giving?
That's
some of the information the chief of them was giving. They just be sitting up here for 5 and 6 hours. This shit, I mean, I guess y'all used to it, but to me, it's insane that these motherfuckers be pulling out specific pages and chapters and paragraphs, and they got the videos.
Niggas be working.
Fuck that, bro.
Yeah, niggas be working.
You need to be paid for that shit.
Niggas be definitely working. If they would go put that in the office job, yo, they'd be running the office in a matter of weeks, yo. If if Reggie would just go apply for somewhere here.
Yeah, I heard True Savior speak about that shit for like 3 minutes. I was like, you know what? That nigga out of my league.
Yeah.
Immediately I do. I gotta learn from this nigga. Like, this nigga knows too much. Like,
bro, I tell everybody, bro, when it comes to that hip hop shit, he said he was involved in 2 years. But he only been paying attention for 2 years. He's done 300 plus.
It's got a lot of knowledge too.
Yeah, but he's old. That's because he old as hell. He was going to the corner store and shit. He went to the corner store for the party. But I'm saying,
and you're a DJ, so you know
he know all that. Flash and all of them. But I'm saying, True Savior, he's done 300 videos in 2 years on the subject. And here's the thing. He was at war with Dr. Cologne the way Unc was at war with Smash and Chief X, but he was at war with Dr. Cologne for 2 years straight. So he just been doing video after video after video. If you go to his page, it's crazy. That's why when Chief X was like, yeah, I know something that he don't know. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
It's a good chance you don't. Now, y'all can disagree. Y'all can argue and you can show videos, this, that, and the other. But this, like, he's actually spoken to these people one-on-one, interview them one-on-one. This shit crazy. Bro. He's an archive for real. Definitely an archive.
Yeah, y'all ran Chief X to he ran to listen, I'm just talking about the breakdancing. You know what I'm saying? Like he done left.
And then he went to just the gangs.
The
gangs are 70% Puerto Rican. Like, bro. But hey, look, Sosa, Chief X ran in the store, and we had like a 6-minute break in there. I told True Savior exactly what this nigga was going to do. I said, I'm about to tell you how this about to play out, bro. You feel me? And then at the end, he looked at it. I'm like, didn't I call it? Like, yo, he's gonna move all the way to something and start arguing something that ain't no.
Yeah, we back, family. My fault. You had to listen to those Pan-Africans so long. But again, it plays into what we're going to talk about. Are Africans black ethnically? So all of that, what they spoke about, well, the first guy spoke about was important because with the whole African American versus FBA, why is needed, why we need to call ourselves a something that is outside of a racial name. Okay, the racial name thing will never work, right? So this is something that mature people will understand, but people who have agendas, people who just hate our guts, like they're never going to just fix their brain, rewire their brain to understand that. If we're saying we are denied access, we are being excluded to things because we're grouped up, our ethnicity is grouped up with a racial category that violates the 14th Amendment equal protection clause. If somebody was to give something specifically for us, so reparations could never come in the form or could never come in a package for Black Americans or even African Americans. Both of those terms are racialized terms as well. So the minute there's checks or the minute there's something passed for African Americans or Black Americans, but they really mean the people of the lineage, they will be immediately sued by people like Ed Blum, and I'm sure a bunch of tethers will be suing to get in on it because they're gonna say, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm African, I'm American. Remember, I'm Black racially, and I'm American. That's my nationality. I got citizenship here. So why am I being excluded from these tangibles that are made just for people of the lineage? Is because we're sharing the same racial term as them. That's not hard to comprehend. Anybody think that's hard? Click that link. Any pushback? Click the link and get educated very promptly. All right. So let me get back to what is this? All right. So now let me get to Tariq Nasheed response on his reaction to the Stephen Diggs case. Give me a second. Second. I'm interested. And what I wanted to do was show you the cross-examination first, right? So your view isn't too tampered, right? Okay, so let's do that real fast. So you heard the cross-examining yourself, the cross-examination yourself. Now you get to make your, and that's why I love watching cross-examinations because I don't even got to follow the whole case as long just give me the cross-examination part. Just get me right there. And I got a YN that's being like cross-examined because he's like low-key snitching on his white tee Code D. So, but he's still trying to be like hard, like Woody. He's still trying to be like hard while he low key dry snitches. All right, hold on one second. All right, so now I'm interested in Tariq Nasheed's reaction to the case that we just heard. Move out the way. What the hell is this? All right, so let's check it out. Let's check it out. Then we're going to get into the topic. So there's a poll there that you guys can answer to. Are Africans, and it's not just Africans, by the way, it's also the Caribbean, right? People who are non-FBA. If they got African ancestry and they're not FBA, are they ethnically black?
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Okay. God damn, pause it. Okay, so this is the verdict. So y'all heard the cross-examination. You watch it yourself. Now here's the verdict.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
On count 1, strangulation or suffocation, what is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
On count 2, the charge of assault and battery, what is your verdict? Guilty or not?
Not.
Madam Forelady, members of the jury.
First thing we have to talk about, ladies and gentlemen, and you know what that is, we got to talk about Stephon Diggs and that case. I talked about it yesterday. We're going to talk about it again today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to talk about the Stephon Diggs case. Fortunately, our brother was found not guilty, which I knew because the case was falling apart on old girl. I told y'all yesterday, them lawyers was lighting her ass up. They were lighting her up. She was getting ran across the coals on the stand, looking and sounding dumb, sack chasing. Yeah, they were hitting her with receipts, making her babble, just making her look dumb. Yeah, they were lighting her up with receipts. For those who don't know about the Stephon Diggs case, again, let me reiterate. Stephon Diggs, he played with the New England Patriots. I think they released him based on this case. This bird that he had living with him as a live-in chef, she got disgruntled and lied. She basically lied and said he jumped on her. So she was trying to get a bag. It came out in court. She threw something out there where he tried to give her $100,000 to recant her story. She didn't want it. I think they were trying to get her and a lawyer were trying to get $5 million out of him. He's like, oh, no. So they took it all the way to court, and she sat there making a fool out of herself. She said she got jumped on and she didn't get paid for her work. And then they start pulling out all types of receipts where she got overpaid. It came out that she was smashing. They were smashing. After she allegedly got jumped on by him, they found a video of her dancing and clowning around. So she really played herself. But did she? Because here's the thing. This was a bird who had nothing to lose. So unfortunately, nothing is going to happen to her. She's going to weasel back into obscurity. You see what I'm saying? She put a stain on this brother's career. Brother got dropped from the Patriots. I think he's a free agent. He should be getting picked up. He's a good player. But just, a lot of the damage is done, even though he's not guilty. The stain is still there to a certain degree. So there's some lessons here. Yeah, there's some lessons here that our brother needs to learn. Stephon and brothers like him. Bruh. Yeah, he's a free agent. Hopefully that phone is going to ring tomorrow and that brother gets on a...
Hey, Kansas City, y'all need a receiver. You did. You better go. Y'all are desperate for a receiver, KC.
Roster. Hopefully he gets everything back in line. Yeah, going through that over that bird, fellas, it ain't worth it. How much was he making? Where are my football fans? I don't follow the Patriots like that. How much was our brother making? He'll get signed. I think he'll get signed. He'll get signed. Because from what I understand, he's a good player. How much was he making? Where my football heads at? How much was Stephon making yearly? At least 15 mil? The Patriots pay good money, about 15 mil. The Ravens about to pick him up, 26.5 mil. Or I'm looking in the chat to see just kind of a ballpark of what the brother was making. Okay. Let me see, about 26 million. Okay, yeah. 63 million over 3 years, 20 million. Okay, so I'm getting the 20s of millions, 60 something million over 3 years. Okay, got it. Yeah, you getting that kind of paper, you got to disinfect your spot from birds, man. Come on, brother. You can't be moving like that with these birds, especially the over-the-hill birds. She was disgruntled. She was going to try to embarrass him, which she did to a certain degree. This was a woman who seemed a little over the hill. She looked like she's been in the streets already, trying to get her retirement plan out the streets. I think they hooked up by DM. Somebody hopped in some of the other ones' DMs or some shit. Big mistake. You bring her all up in your house. You trying to have a whole harem in the house. Man, come on, bro. You got too much money to do. No. No, you got to move more strategically.
We're going to start getting some work done, family.
No,
so
you got this woman up in here as a cook, as your live-in thought piece, basically. Dude, that ain't it. And she's up here watching these other women get pregnant. He's knocking up these other women. All right, he's knocking these other women up. He done knocked up Cardi B, had a baby with her, and there was another chick who was knocked up. So yeah, this chick, as a cook, I can almost guess that she was trying to get pregnant and it wasn't working out. So she tried another severance package. I just got on. Somebody said how long I've been on. I just got on. So yeah, we're gonna blame him. Yeah, now listen, we got to talk to our brother Stephon and people like him. Let me talk to my ballers out here, my guys who are in the leagues, who are coming out the streets making a lot of money. Listen, fellas, it's a new game. Y'all need to learn the game out here. See, y'all get y'all egos stroked by these street broads, and you want to believe that you just that guy, but you better understand, man, some of these women out here, man, they're playing a whole different game out here. And dudes, I'm not just going to put it on the women, because dudes be out here acting like women putting cases on other dudes. So it's a whole different game, just people in general. I'm not going to even put it on the women. Yeah. But you don't mix business with intimacy like that. All right? Now, from what I understand, they met on the damn gram. All right? Then she started smashing him, and then he hired her to work as a live-in chef. So you're blurring the lines between employer and employee and a romantic sexual relationship. That's a recipe for disaster in this day and age. You see, that introduces an emotional volatility into a standard workplace situation. And from what I understand, they said she wasn't really cooking no hellified meals. They said some of the other people who were around said she was making dried hot dogs and all types of shit. But yeah, man, you gotta, when you do shit like that, you better have boundaries for your live-in staff, man. You allow your employee to live in your home. So, that removes a vital physical and emotional buffer between your personal sanctuary and your workplace. You see, that's when personal and professional conflicts arise. You dig? And from what I understand, there was an argument over that chick being excluded from a trip to Miami. He's going to Miami with his other thoughts. So now, they're going to feel a certain way. You know that you can't do that. You got too much money for that. Yeah, you trying to run your household like DJ from Hustle and Flow, brother. You got too much money for that.
Right.
You don't need that kind of energy around.
Yeah, he weird as hell.
Not with that kind of paper. You got to clean that shit up.
That's that YN energy.
And when you hire people, dude, you gotta have formal hiring practices, dude. You gotta be on some shit where you gotta have HR and all that type of shit. Because see, the trial was centered around a lot of financial disputes. And the defense was arguing that the Adams chick had financial motives, which she did. She was hollering out she was owed unpaid wages and all that. What she was saying, she wanted more money for giving up that ass because he was paying her. She was already getting paid. But what she was trying to say, hey, look, I'm giving this nigga some cooch. So I need a little bit more. That's what she was saying. So y'all better understand that. See, you blur the lines with all that bullshit. Yeah, man, you better get off that ego thing. Because I've seen videos of Steph, and he's like at a yacht. He was on a boat, and there was a bunch of women surrounding him. See, that feels good for your ego. That feels good for your ego, but understand, they're around you because they know a target when they see one. They see this nigga's loose dicking out here. You loose dicking, yeah, they're going to come around skinning and grinning. They're like, okay, ooh, I'm going to play him. Got to watch that. Oh, you better watch that. You got a target on your back. And when they see that you still a little thirsty out here, you trying to have threesomes and women all up in the house, oh, they're like, ooh, yeah, that's what I want. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get my clutches in here and get a bag up out of this. You understand? So yeah, trying to do the whole hiring them as a chef, no, that was like some kind of little sympathy job you're trying to give one of your side thoughts. Yeah, you're doing the most. Don't do that. If you want a chef, you go through a reputable agency. Don't go through no damn social media.
He
Somebody hitting you up in the DMs.
That's goofy, horny energy.
Yeah, getting an acquaintance or a friend with benefits from social media. You're not vetting nobody. See, you go through a personal. You're going through some personal shit with somebody who wasn't vetted. See, you better go through a bonded agency where they vet the people for you. They do background checks on them and, don't smash the hired help. Just don't do that, nigga. You can go get some other broads. Don't hit the hired help. You dig? Or go get you somebody's granny to come live in there and cook them meals. Shit, that's what you need. You needed Miss Gladys in there frying some chicken wings or some shit. And she would have helped you get some of them thoughts out the house. Damn. That's what you need? You don't smash the helps. No. Especially if somebody's doing a good job. You need Miss Gladys. He should have got an older woman in there to help him out. Yeah, Miss Gladys would have been in there cleaning that shit up, telling them, baby, y'all girls need to go home here. Y'all been in here too long. Y'all in here. Y'all ain't bathed. Y'all walking around with y'all asses out. You're going home now. Yeah, Miss Gladys would have cleaned that up. You need that. You needed Miss Gladys up in there. Yeah, Miss Ernestine or somebody. Yeah, that's who you needed up in there. You didn't need a thought damn chef in there with the shenanigans. Yeah, you need a house mom up in there.
Come on, bro.
Man. Oh, yeah, an old girl, yeah, this Jamila lady, people, dude, where is she from?
Trinidad.
Where is her family from?
I already got you.
Where is her family from? Because I'm getting Caribbean vibes from the woman, to be honest. I'm really getting some Caribbean vibes from her. Yeah? So I don't know where this woman is from. There's a weird thing in her background is real evasive. Don't nobody really know nothing about her background. That lets us know this woman, this might be a tether. Don't nobody know shit about this woman.
We do now.
You understand? Don't nobody know nothing about this woman. No, nothing. Just came out of nowhere. Don't nobody know shit about this woman. So that's a red flag there. And she running this kind of play sounding all goofy and stupid. You know? Man. So who's this woman? Yeah, you don't hire these strange women who might be foreign tethers, because when she talks, there's almost a little accent there when you hear her talk.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I'm trying to put my finger on the accent because I'm real good at accents to kind of
Trinidad, Tobago.
figure out
I already got that covered,
where
big brother.
people are from, where they live, and all that stuff. We can't put one on her. Who is this, Nirvana? You were up here the other day, Nirvana. Nirvana, you were in here trolling the other day. You're the big back Mexican. Oh no, you're the Haitian woman, right? Aren't you the Caribbean woman, Nirvana? Because they said you were up here before. I'll be forgetting you tethers, but they said that you were like Dominican or Haitian, right? Big back Nirvana, you want to hop in?
Big back.
Yeah, that Jamila woman, yes. I'm just getting non-FBA vibes from her. Yeah, I'm getting non-FBA vibes. And understand something, man. Listen, legal acquittal, that doesn't guarantee professional immunity. So while, our brother Diggs, he was vindicated in a court of law, this accusation still cost him his job with the Patriots. He's a free agent. Hopefully he's going to get picked up. But he could still, face some kind of league suspension regardless of the verdict. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't that crazy? Accusations
this is why it's
alone.
important to protect your brand.
We talk about
when
it.
you are in the league like this, you are a brand. You got to protect your brand.
I always talk about protecting the brand, right? I said Moneybagg Yo got a song, Protect the Brand, one of my favorite songs of his. And I'm like, yeah, because it's relatable. I can relate to it. And even as content creators, this is our brand. I always say, man, protect your integrity, protect your credibility. This is why I would never come online and sell out the lineage for toxicity like other people will that claims to be FBA. Their brand is tainted. They're giving off toxic, venomous energy. Got us out here in a cage with tethers and they just saying round one fight.
You don't want to mess your endorsements up over that. Dude, over a chef in here making funky little hot dogs and shit, and you smashing her whenever. Man, come on. You don't mess your brand up over that, bro. All right? You don't mess your brand up over that. Bringing all these thoughts up in the crib. No, dude, you got too much money for that, dude. You're not vetting these women at all. Yeah, she's in there making grilled cheese sandwiches and hot pockets. I'm hearing she wasn't even in there getting down like she's supposed to get down. Yeah, so that opens the door for more accusations. Marcellus Wiley, there's a bunch of accusations on him now. They're throwing a bunch of accusations on him. So cats just got to watch it, man. It's a whole new day. It's a whole new vibe out here.
A whole new world.
There's a whole new vibe with these accusations, people trying to get your bag, trying to get your paper. Marcellus just had his thrown out, but yeah, I heard one of them was thrown out, but there's other people coming forward with their little bogus allegations now that they see the faucet is running. Now they want to run through that door real quick. So you just got to be safe out here. You really got to be safe out here, brothers and sisters. Yeah, everybody's looking for a come up right now.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's looking for a come up. Yeah.
Protect the brand and protect the bag.
Let me get the family up in here, ladies and gentlemen. Let me get our brother Solid FBA in here. Solid FBA, hop on in, sir. Mr. Solid FBA, hop on in. All right, Solid FBA ain't saying nothing. All right, you were raising your hand like you wanted to get up. Let me get a couple of more folks in here. Where's my phone? Let me see. Brother Amos. Solid FBA, you good, brother? Okay, you getting out of here. Let's get reparations now. Let me see who we got. Cut the check. Hop in, cut the check.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. Doing great. Good to hear you.
Yes, sir. What's on your mind?
Reparations, as usual. They got to cut that check.
As it should. Yes, indeed.
Amen. And see, you had brought up something, I believe, last night when you were talking about the Democrats and how they should have been representing us instead of looking out for LGBTQ plus A and looking out for immigrants and looking out for the illegal immigrants. And meanwhile, the Republicans were backdooring us.
Yeah, man, real good point. And now they're really coming out hollering about how black voting rights are gone now. They're really trying to scare us. They're really trying to galvanize us to get out there and get them elected. They're not really doing anything for us. They're just using all of this stuff. Like Roland, he was out here talking about how we need to have a whole big movement of registering black people to vote. Okay, all right. What are we going to get out of it? Oh, yeah, he was going crazy. Roland has been losing his mind. The world is falling apart. This is emergency. Everybody, we got to get a movement to get everybody to be black, registered to vote. The sky is falling. Everybody, we're going to be picking cotton next month.
Oh, no.
Dude, all that scare tactic shit. Man, stop it. Stop it. When you let them tell it, we're going to be out here picking sugar cane next month if we don't get out here and support whatever dumbass Democrat they wheel in our faces, man. So, yeah, well, we're just not being scared. We're not being afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Oh, yeah, them Democrat shills, they are panicking because that Democrat shield money is going to dry up. If you can't galvanize the black vote, them little shield checks are going to dry right on up. And these folks ain't got no other source of income. So they're very desperate. You know? They are desperate. And let me tell you something. Some of them, they're trying to reach out to the grassroots. Oh, I've had some calls. I've had some calls from some of the Democrats. Oh, I've gotten some calls. They're trying to reach out. Trying to connect on some things and all that. I've had some people reach out. So the Democrats are trying to weasel their way into the grassroots. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. But yeah, they're not going to have it both ways. They're not going to be out here denigrating the grassroots and then trying to reach out to the grassroots. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Let me see who we got. All right. Let me see. Want to live after July 19th. What are you talking about? AVM? What's up, AVM? What are you saying? I didn't try to understand what you're saying. In the AVM, what's going on, brother? AVM?
What's going on?
What's happening with you, bro?
What are we talking about?
Okay.
Oh,
you were
no.
saying something. You're trying to live after July 19th. What does that mean?
Where do you think we are at this point?
I don't know. I'm trying to see what did you mean by you're trying to live after July 19th? What does that mean?
I think that we're in a transitional place in the country, and I think that we're at an intersection between politics and the social sphere.
Okay. So what does that? What
It sounds like he's about to be an alarmist. He about to do the scared talk. Watch.
does that mean?
That means I think we have to decide who our leadership is and who, what our philosophy is going to be going forward. And I think a lot of that's changing because of who we're controlled by.
Got it. AVM, are you Middle Eastern? Where are you from?
I'm an American. My parents were
They never like to tell
born
where they're from.
in the Indian subcontinent.
Okay.
And
You
we have
Punjabi?
connections to Nigeria through the Biafra conflict. as well as the Middle East through the United Arab Emirates.
So you're like Punjabi, right?
For the Western Hemisphere, Punjabi and the rest of the Indian subcontinent might feel like the same thing. So I think we have to take some time and learn about each other's cultures.
Really?
Stop it.
So, did you vote for Kamala, your fellow East Indian?
I've never voted before. I was in Chicago when Barack Obama was running for president.
Stop the cap.
He did his inauguration speech at Grant Park. I didn't think that at that time he was the right candidate for me to vote for. And after I learned about his history as well as his relationship with Michelle, I didn't think that that was the appropriate relationship for me to support personally.
Like, what was
However,
the
I
relationship?
do recognize that, his presidency represented a lot of great things for the United States of America's progress on a conceptual level, and I think we can build off of that.
What was his relationship with Michelle that you didn't like?
I think his first lady took on a little bit more of the responsibility than she probably had rightfully deserved. And I think part of the identity politics that we've developed in this nation is a byproduct of the shield that their backers used to kind of prop them up. And I don't think that that's something that we should continue.
All right. So, what do you think we should do?
Well, I think that it's okay since, the Jewish community likes to equate their struggle with the African American community's struggle. And I think since white people like to say that racism is over, I think that it's okay for, Black heterosexual couples to make sure that their relationships are authentic rather than trying to sneak things in like the Jewish community tries to sneak themselves in with the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant community.
Now, how does this affect you as basically as an East Indian? You're an East Indian ethnically, so how does this affect you?
Since the East Indian community, came here en masse after 1965 with, I believe it was Lyndon Johnson, primarily because of the progress of African American civil rights, I think it's very important that we scale all our progress based on the progress of the African American community in this country.
Okay. Here's the problem. A lot of your community comes over here and becomes very anti-Black against foundational Black Americans. That's kind of been a problem for a minute, right?
Yep.
All right. What are we doing about that, sir?
I think that the weaker candidates among us use that opportunity to kind of sneak in, just like you would if there wasn't a towel when people were smoking weed inside the room. I think that the airflow flows underneath the door, and I think that's what a lot of Indian Americans have done up to this point. I think that there's a big gap that should be addressed very aggressively to make up for that discrepancy.
All right. All right. Well, thank you so much, brother. All right. All right. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need nobody coming to us speaking as representatives who are not of our culture. That was a bunch of time-wasting babble. All right? That was a bunch of nothing burger, time-wasting, nonsensical gibberish and babble for the sole purpose of wasting our damn time. There was nothing constructive of what he said. He's just saying words. And that's what a lot of these people do. They come around us just saying shit just so we can stop our momentum. All right? No. Whenever we start talking among ourselves, one of these folks come in just to babble, and the purpose is to stop the momentum, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to understand how these people know how to block frequencies.
We'll work for you.
All right. So now I'm gonna do something where I'm gonna talk about who's ethnically black and who's not. So I'm gonna go on TikTok at the same time. So I'm gonna, handle two birds with one stone, right? Handle two social media platforms, one mic on some Nas type, one mic. So I'm gonna speak to the TikTok audience, speak to the YouTube audience, and explain why we say we're the only black people and nobody else. All right. So this will go in some of that book. It might be called the Black Book. You dig? I am six. So if we get anybody to join the stage on TikTok, I'm just gonna have them. I'll put the microphone up to the speaker so you can hear them out. I think it's gonna be cool. So both spaces gonna learn. 1+1 is 2, so we should connect. All right. Like they just won't do something amongst themselves. It's like nobody's stopping African countries to unite with each other. Nobody is stopping the islands to do their thing. Or if y'all want to do your thing with the Africa, go ahead. Like Caribbean. If y'all want to do something with Africa, why are you waiting on? You don't need us. Go do it. Show us how it's done. Yeah, we will get out your way. You show us how it's done. All right. So I'm gonna get the TikTok ready, and I'm gonna go in. And this is gonna be one of those go-ins where I have to play it repeatedly. Like I'm gonna have to do some lives and just keep going over it. Okay. 1 second. It's a lot of information. A lot of information, man. Paper genocide. Trying to paper genocide us. Not trying, they are doing it. It's the paper genocide is in action. They're not trying at all. Well, how did I leave this out? Okay. Made a big mistake somewhere here. Okay, I see the mistake. All right. I see the mistake. A lot of information to disseminate. And as you can imagine, it's definitely shoot. It's very tiresome, man. Even though repetition is the best way to learn, but sometimes it feels like redundancy, even though it's not. That's the way it feels sometimes, you dig? Especially when people pretend like you're not being heard. Gaslight you to act like you're not making any sense. So there's definitely a lot of information to cover. It's not like, and I think it's worthy of venturing into learning. That's why I'm gonna do the black book. Oh shit. Okay, what is this? Okay, so what is this? Okay. I got it. It's a lot of work, man. That's why most people run from it. It's way more easier to be toxic on YouTube and go back and forth than to be informative. It's way more easier to be toxic than to be informative. All right. Let me get the TikTok thing running and we're going to do the dual stream. You dig? Dual message. Two audiences at one time. And don't forget to
Get on your Cash App, $. We're going to start getting some work done, family. So please get them donations in. Get them in.
all right. Let me see what's going on here. Got another email. Okay. TikTok, here we come. The thing about TikTok, I want to know if I could be heard. Let me bring it closer. Hi, family. We live. We live. Y'all ready? This is much anticipated. Jacqueline, all I need is one mic. Fresh always. Boot camp. First class citizen. We have Chad Smith in the building. Claude Zandam. It's a rainy day today over where I'm at in Jersey. True Warrior Scholar. April Jewel. Okay. East side of town. Southern Breeze. Paul Game. FBA Mr. CJ. We have who else is in the building? Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we about to get started ASAP. Yeah, so as you can see, it look like we might be like being shadow banned again on YouTube. It's all right, just just like the video, and we will escape that shadow ban.
Madam Forelady, has your jury agreed?
So we're on TikTok as well. So the question is, are Africans and those of the Caribbean, are they actually black ethnically? That's the question. Are they actually black ethnically? Okay. Lena, how you doing? I was looking for you yesterday. Oh my God, yesterday, man. I had a rough day, a rough night yesterday when I went live. It was terrible. Okay, so are Africans and Caribbean, people of African and the Caribbean, are they really black ethnically? If you don't know what that means, when I add ethnically there, I'm going to break it down. So I already got why is this still here? Why is that still there? Yeah, ethnically are people that are of African descent that is not FBA, okay, that cannot tie their lineage to U.S. chattel slavery. Are they ethnically black? Or are they black because the white man says so? Okay, which don't hold no weight in FBA world, right? We don't give value to the white man's word. And we would like to extend that strength to those who are of the Caribbean and Africa. We want to extend that strength to you. Just because the white man said it doesn't mean it's true. You can challenge it. You don't got to accept it. You can fight it. You don't got to bow down. You can fight, right? You ain't got to quit, you dig, and run and flee. You actually, there's an option to actually fight, you dig. And as a black American, my ancestors in this country, in the USA, have always took that option to fight. You dig? Make no mistake about that. So we would like to extend that bravery to Africa and the Caribbean. You don't got to accept BS from the whitey man. You actually matter. All fights matter. All bravery matter. Okay? All bravery matter as I get set up. I don't think you heard me. Usher, all bravery matter. All right. Before I get started, mic check. Okay, mic check is good. Okay. So I got a poll on YouTube, right? Are Africans or those people of the Caribbean or anywhere outside of the United States that cannot trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery, are you guys black ethnically? That's the question. So there's a lot of confusion, right? Today. And it really comes from people who are non-FBA who mix up race, ethnicity, nationality, and here's a word for you, ethnonyms, as if they all are the same thing. Well, guess what? They're not. They're not all the same thing. So when I say that Black Americans are ethnically Black, what do I mean? I'm not talking about genetics. I'm not talking about a DNA test. Okay. I'm not saying nobody on Earth don't have African ancestry. I'm not equating ethnicity or ethnically to African ancestry. Okay. I'm talking about how and when people choose to identify themselves historically, socially, politically, and culturally in America and across the world. So this is about identifying yourself. So when I say are people Black ethnically, do they ethnically identify as Black? Does it make more sense now? So Jamaicans, let's roll them out. They are not ethnically Black in the same way we are here in America. Nigerians are not ethnically Black in the same way we are here in America. Haitians are not ethnically Black the same way we are here in America. Black for them is mainly a racial category, okay? A racial category that they didn't impose themselves. That was created and imposed by outsiders, the white T-man and their governments. So yes, if you call yourself Black in any sense, Africans, Caribbean, you are calling yourself that because the white man said you were Black. Okay, racially, not ethically. And I got news for you. Just because the white T-man said it doesn't make it true. So now everybody name their actual ethnic and nationality or national identities are something else, not Black. A Jamaican's nationality is Jamaican. And guess what? Jamaican politics are Jamaican politics. They're not Black politics. Their flag is the Jamaican flag, is not the Black flag. Their money is Jamaican money with Marcus Garvey scamming face on it. It's not Black money. And their anthem is Jamaican. It's not Black. Their social institutions are Jamaican. They're not black. Their culture is Jamaican. It's not black. Okay? Nobody goes to Kingston and say, welcome to the black nation. They say, welcome to Jamaica. Right? What about Nigerians? A Nigerian's nationality is Nigerian. Their ethnic identity is usually tribal or ethnic group based. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Tiv, Edo, and so on and so on. You get what I'm saying? Their politics are Nigerian politics. They're not black politics. Their flag is Nigerian. They don't have the black flag. Their currency is Nigerian, not black currency. Their economics, right? When they practice economics, it's called practicing Nigerian economics, not black economics. Their institutions are Nigerian, not black institutions. They're not black ethnically. And if we're being historically honest, most African and Caribbean people traditionally identify first by tribe, kingdom, ethnicity, island, nation, religion, clan, or language, not by the word BLACK. So we're not going to magically just make you be black because the white man said you're black. Right? So in America and in Western racial systems, listen to what I'm saying to you. In America and in hey, what's going on? Okay. What's up?
Good to hear.
Yes, sir.
What you been up to?
Well, the small talk is irrelevant. Where you from?
I am from Israel.
Okay. So this doesn't apply to you, does it?
I mean, it does because I am an American citizen, so I feel like it does.
Yeah, but you're okay. That's not how it works, buddy. Okay, I got him up out of here. All right. This ain't the Babel hour, okay? We're not just accepting anybody to speak to the prompt. You have to be of African descent to speak to this, not because you're Israeli and you're American. You got to be of African descent to speak to what we're talking about. And what we're talking about is, are Africans black ethnically? Are the people of Caribbean, West India, or West Indians, are they black ethnically? Are people from Brazil or Panama, Cuba, are they black ethnically, or are they black conveniently? That should be the other one. Yeah, we're not. I'm not gonna. This ain't, dude. This ain't that. This ain't that. I know you go to TikTok Spaces and you troll, and they entertain you. Not over here. All right. So European colonial powers created broad racial categories for administrative, social, economic, and political reasons. I'll say it one more time. Africans created broad racial, no. The Caribbean created broad racial, no. The whitey man and their colonial powers created broad racial categories for administrative, social, economic, and political reasons. They didn't do it to unify all people of African descent. So these European powers, these whitey people, they grouped together thousands of very different people under labels like Negro, colored, black, African American, and so on. And historically, those labels were not compliments. If you acting like you're black and it's a compliment, check ball. You got to check ball. Check it up top, because I know you're lying. You're fouling. Okay, you're violating. You're fouling. When Europeans, when the whitey man used terms like Negro or Negro, if the Portuguese used it, right? Those labels existed inside systems of slavery, colonialism, right? Exploitation, caste systems, racial hierarchy, and dehumanization, right? Okay. So when they call people Negro, see what happens is that you got people that use black anachronistically. So they'll go back in time and use the word black when the word Negro was there, when the word Sudan was there. You cannot be anachronistic. No, you got to use the term that was there when it was used. None of y'all were called black by the Europeans. You were called Negro, Negro, and sometimes Sudan. All right. And again, when they called you Negro, it wasn't because you were tall, dark, and handsome. Okay, it was more like Biggie Smalls. I'm fat, black, and ugly. However, You dig? It was not a compliment. They were saying you are inferior. You're less than. You are enslavable. You're right. There are rights to enslave you. You don't have right to liberty and freedom. Humanity, no. They linked Negro with slavery, colonialism, caste systems, exploitation, racial hierarchy, and dehumanization. That's what Negro was linked to. So if you want to, hey, the white T man called me Negro because he didn't call you black, he called you Negro. That was the term at the time. Can't go back in time and change it now because black is popping. So we know it's the case. We know this was the case, and it is the case. So much so that Dr. King, while he was alive, he explained this himself, right? So Dr. King said, this is a quote. He says, somebody told a lie one day. They made everything black, ugly, and evil. That's Dr. King. So nobody was calling themselves black at the time Dr. King made that speech in a positive way. Black was seen as something negative, a negative connotation, in a negative connotation way, right? So we know nobody was using black. That's why Dr. King made that speech. They made everything black and ugly and evil, Dr. King said. And the day he was talking to were the European powers, the colonizers. Okay, so that was the historical context. Blackness in the Western racial imagination was often associated with inferiority, savagery, enslavement, impurity, and backwardness. Nobody were calling themselves that. That word was defined as that. Since some of you guys want to go to the dictionary to define black, well, just define black. Okay, how it was used when they put Negro, not black. So don't fall for the switcheroo. They were not called BLACK. That word was not popular in English. It was Negro. That word was popular. Everybody was called Negro. The indigenous people and damn near all dark people across the globe were called Negro, not black. So you're a Negro. That's what your colonizers called you. So that's why Dr. King said in that speech, look in your dictionary and see the synonyms of the word black. Okay? Now, here's the important distinction that some of you guys are missing. People across Africa and the Caribbean generally did not abandon their ethnic identities, right? So when you guys were called Negro, Sudan, and all these other negative words, you guys did not abandon your identities and replace them with those negative words like Negro as your primary ethnonym, as your ethnicity. You didn't do that. Okay, so let's stop fouling, let's stop lying, stop capping, and check up from the top. Igbo people still call themselves Igbo after being called Negro. Yoruba people still call themselves Yoruba after being called Negro. Jamaicans call themselves Jamaican after being called Negro, and Haitians call themselves Haitian after being called Negro. None of them took on Negro. Okay? They were called that by their oppressors, their colonizers, the people who hated them, right? And they did not take on that because they understood Negro was associated with, the white T man trying to play them out, trying to, disgrace them, degrade them. There was no confusion. But in our homeland, the USA, something different happened to us. It's called an ethnogenesis, right? Our specific ethno group was destroyed through U.S. chattel slavery, obviously, right? Some people say we had tribal, some people say we come from Africa, right? So you want to take that road? Then our tribal identities were stripped, our languages were stripped, and our nations were stripped, right? Now check this out. Out of all of that bad stuff, right? Negative things, that destruction, we built something new together, right? Amongst ourselves, the indigenous, the white man, we built something new. That's called, and we became something new. That's called an ethnogenesis. Some African, some indigenous, some European. That combination created FB, what we call now FBA. Okay. We turned black, not Negro. We turned the English word black. Tony, yo, they really got trolls out here. And we turned black into more than a racial label. Tony, you still trying, dude? How do I block these people, man, for good? Let me see if I can block you, dude. Let me find a block. Yo, you had your chance, guy. You blew it. Don't respect you. Get up out of here. But we turned black, BLACK, not Negro, into more than a racial label, more than a color, more than an adjective. Only we, foundational Black Americans, we were the first to turn that English word to something what we built, right? What we put our hands on, what we created, like such as our churches were no longer called just churches. They were called black churches. Churches in Jamaica are called Jamaican churches. Churches in Nigeria or Africa are called Nigerian, African, Igbo churches. Okay, you don't have black churches in Africa or Jamaica or the Caribbean. You got Caribbean churches, you got African churches, Ethiopian churches. That's what they're called. Okay, we're smart. It ain't gonna work. Okay, our churches were not called Igbo. They were not called Jamaican. They were called black churches. Our schools, black schools. Our politics, guess what? Black politics. Our neighborhoods, Igbo, Jamaican, no. Black neighborhoods. Our businesses, what were they called? Black Wall Street businesses. What are they called? Black businesses. Black banks. Black movements. Black art. Black activism. Black Panthers. Black Muslims. Black social organizations. Call that number back. Black social organizations, right? Then, most importantly, black identity. We didn't say Jamaican power. Not that there's something wrong with it, right? Nothing wrong with Jamaican power. There's nothing wrong with Jamaican power.
No. You know me? I am the original Jamaican dandana.
There's nothing wrong with African power. There's nothing wrong with Nigerian power, Zimbabwean power, whatever, Ghana power. But we didn't say that. We said black power, and you guys ain't say black power. You said Ghanaian power. When Kwame Nkrumah established Ghana, he said Ghanaian power. He didn't say black power, even though he went to America, went to school out here. Okay. So black people are not going to say Jamaican power. Black people are not going to say Nigerian, Igbo, or African power. Black people would say black power. Black people is not going to say, hey, we're going to define beauty as Jamaican beauty. That's the standard, or a Nigerian beauty. We're going to say black people is going to say black is beautiful. Black people is going to call their rich districts Black Wall Street. We're going to build black enterprises, not Jamaican, not Nigerian enterprises. When we get down and study with our scholarship, we're going to call it Black Studies, Black nationalism. Okay. So we took a word that has been weaponized against us and redefined it around our collective American experience. That is not debatable. It's an irrefutable fact. So you're learning why Black Americans are the only black people ethnically, and everybody else is just black because the white man said they are so, and they are not black ethnically. They are black for something the white man made up, a racial category for, because he's up to no good continuously. So you're part of his plot for paper genocide over here in America in 2026. So again, for us, black became attached to our history, lineage, struggle, culture, politics. It's our social reality in America. That's not your case in Jamaica or or Africa. All right, that's not your case. So this is an articulate, educated way to explain, and a nice, generous way to explain, you're not black. You're just where you came. You're just where you came from. That's it. You're not black. And it's okay. I'm not Jamaican. I'm not Nigerian. I'm not Brazilian. I'm not Cuban. I'm not ashamed. That don't mean nothing. I'm black. And you're not black. Be proud to be where you are. You have a homeland. What's your homeland name? Yeah, you're that. Your homeland Jamaica, you're Jamaican. Your homeland Haiti, you're Haitian. Your homeland Africa or one of those countries, you're that. Ain't none of that stuff called black. Ain't no island called black. There's no black island, and there's no 55th country in Africa named black. All right? Now, the U.S. government historically classified black mainly as a racial category. All right? Okay? As a racial category. A racial category was created by racists. Anybody surprised? In spite of that, socially and culturally, we, Black Americans, use black as a people name long before African American became institutionalized in the late 1980s. Now, most people who are non-FBA don't know that. That's why they come over here and they take on African American. Is because you came after Jesse Jackson. You guys weren't here before.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you make me a mod, because there's some trolls in here.
Let me see how to make you a mod. I want to do that. Let me see how to do that. I'm like super new.
You need to get out of here, because we're talking about something serious today. We don't have time for trolls.
Yeah, and if you're gonna troll, at least join the panel. Okay, I got you.
But yeah.
Okay, so
go play with your mama and daddy, bro.
So I made you a mod. So now if they're not gonna join and they're just gonna troll in the chat, yeah, do what you do. I made you a mod. Get rid of them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll step down.
All right, Lena. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So this is. I mean, refute this stuff. Don't just troll. Refute it. It's irrefutable information. I know it hurts, but our newspapers said this. Your newspapers didn't say this. I know it hurts. Ours said the black community. Okay. That's what our paper said. It said our leaders also said black people when they spoke about us. Our institution said black owned. Our movement said black liberation. None of y'all got nothing with that. Y'all got nothing with that. Nothing. No history with that. You guys' stuff was called Haitian, Jamaican, Caribbean, West Indian, and African stuff. Right, whatever that was. So all those conversations overwhelmingly refer to descendants of U.S. chattel slavery and segregation. They were not in those papers and those outlets. They were not talking about the entire global African diaspora. Okay. No. Now, after all that immigration increased thanks to our brave civil rights fight, now you have an influx of immigrants that are African descendant. And because the U.S. racial system broadly categorized all people of African descent as black racially, immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean were folded into the same racial category, not ethnic category, on government forms, censuses, right? So you guys became black on paper, not black in real life. You became black on paper. You're Haitian in real life, you're Jamaican in real life, and you're African in real life. But you're on paper, you're documented black. And like they got undocumented illegals and documented. You're a documented black person. You're black on documents. That's it. Now, and because of those forms, you had access to universities, corporate diversity systems, the DEI, that whole finesse. right? So check this out. Because you're black on paper racially, that did not erase your Jamaicanness, Nigerianness, Haitianness, Ghanaianness identities. No, you're still Ghanaian. You're a Ghanaian American. But on paper, you're Black American. Okay. Haitian American, you're Haitian. Nigerian, that's why you see now that we're delineating when you guys get called out in the news, they're saying Nigerian man or Jamaican man or Somali. They're not saying black guy in Minnesota did this scam. They're saying the Somalis did it. Because you're only black on paper. You're not black in real life. Not in society. Okay. So all that means when you're documented black on paper, that just means that our American racial system places you guys under the same racial umbrella. And that's a finesse, by the way. It's called paper genocide. I'm going to explain that very shortly. And that is where the confusion comes today. That's why when you ask people, are you black? Like people that's from the Caribbean or Africa, when I listen to these spaces, they say they black. But when somebody asks them in what sense, they'd be like, well, because your government said so, or because they called us black. It's like, so you're not black because you called yourself black? You're black because the white man, the person you say is the colonizer, the person you guys say is the problem, who you guys say the white man. We don't say that. You guys say the white man is the enemy, but you allow the enemy to name you something. That's different energy. We know nothing about that. That's one of those. You got to check ball at the top of the key. You dig? That's a foul. That's a violation. Black Americans, when we often speak, right, and we say we're black, we're saying we're black ethnically and historically. So I want you guys to understand this. People are non-FBA. When we say we're black, we're speaking about we're ethnically black and we're historically black. We're not saying we're black like you, like racially. So once we know what country you're from, we will never confuse you to be black like us. We will say the Jamaican restaurant. Once we know you're Jamaican, shit, everything about you is Jamaican. Like when we talk amongst ourselves, yeah, Chris, the Jamaican. Not bad, it's not good or bad. We just identifying who you are. So we're not confused. Yeah, Chris, Chris, the Jamaican. Like let's say there's two Chris. There's two Chris. There's a FBA Chris and a Jamaican Chris. And we're getting confused. Well, how do we distinguish? We're gonna say Jamaican Chris. We ain't gonna say Black American Chris. We're gonna draw the distinction with you. Jamaican Chris. Nigerian Mike. That becomes your new name. And y'all know that when y'all be in our spaces. Y'all know that. Okay, so race and ethnicity are not the same thing. So that's why we having this conversation about identity, representation, lineage, policy, reparations, and demographics in America. So that's that. And like I said, you ain't got to troll. I know y'all used to TikTok where y'all could just talk to the worst people and just argue back and forth. No, today you got to step to my level in scholarship and academia. Yeah, we ain't just yelling at folks today. We are going to make sense. So let's just ask ourselves, right, when we're talking about black, right? If everybody's black like they claim to be, now all of a sudden everybody's black. Now black has replaced the new African. Because before the talk was Africa's for Africans and everybody was African, right? They made everybody African. Well, they dropped that play. That finesse is gone. No longer is everybody African. Remember, hey, we will say, hey, I'm Black American. No, what do your DNA test say? Or what's in your DNA test? And they'll find out 5% in, let's say, Nigeria. They'll be like, hey, you look, you're African because you got 5% Nigerian in you. So the play was to make us African while the whole time they were trying to make themselves black. Okay, it looks like we might have some trolls coming on. Let's see. Let's do one at a time. Let's see what we have here. I'll do one at a time. Yeah, the DNA test, that thing, you consider that when you get popcorn, some wine, popcorn and wine, and just be entertained by your DNA test. Just laugh. They said I'm 15% Nigerian. I'm 9% Somalia. It's just to make you laugh and chuckle. It's entertainment purposes only. You can't use that DNA test to get in to be qualified for no scholarship that's African based. That DNA test won't help you out at all. All right, so we got some potential trolls joining. Let's give them a shot before I kick them off. All right, so they hopped off. Yeah, that is for that DNA test. You can download one from jokes.com. Okay. Now, like I said, when you look at Jamaicans, right? What do you see? Do you see a Jamaican or do you see a black man? I'm talking to FBAs. When you see a Jamaican, do you see a black man? Like, what do you see? I'll tell you what you see. You see someone who's ethnically Jamaican. Their politics are Jamaican politics, not black politics. Their country is called Jamaica, not black. Their flag is the Jamaican flag. They don't have the Black American Heritage flag by Melvin Charles of 1967. They don't have that. We have a black flag. Look it up. 1967, Melvin Charles, the Black American Heritage flag. We got a black flag. You don't. Y'all got the flags of your country. Their money is funny because they got a scammer on it named Marcus Garvey. All right. They don't have, let's say, A. Philip Randolph on their money. They ain't got Dr. King. They ain't got Frederick Douglass. They ain't got Harriet Tubman, Madam C.J. Walker. They ain't got Johnny Cochran. They got Marcus Scam Garvey on their money. So your money is Jamaican. Okay, it's not black money. Your economics are Jamaican. It's not black. And it's no knock. This is facts. I'm speaking facts. Everything about their Jamaican social lives, their Jamaican political lives, their Jamaican banking systems is all Jamaican. It's not black. They are ethnically Jamaican. Their nationality is Jamaican, and they are known on paper and internationally as Jamaicans, West Indians, Caribbean, everything under the sun but black. That's a fact. It's not a knock. You're not black. You're Jamaican. Okay? You ain't just become magically black because the white T-man says so. What did you say? You giving the white T-man words too much stock about what he said you are. What do you say you are? Don't you say you're Jamaican? So you're Jamaican. You ain't white. You ain't black because the white T-man said that. You're Jamaican because you're Jamaican. You're Jamaican because you said so. The same goes for Africans. A Nigerian isn't ethnically black. They are ethnically tribal. Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, right? Their nationality is Nigerian. Their continental identifier is African, right? It isn't black. They are called black today in America, right? They're only being called BLACK in America. And it's for convenience. So they are, it's a whitey man convenience. They're called black today in America. For racial category purposes, for racial census purposes. That's it. It's an exonym for you. Black is an endonym for Black Americans. Let me explain. We said we're black in the 1960s and we gave it a definition. Empowerment, everything, our whole ethnogenesis. We defined it. Nobody called us black, BLACK. We said we're black in the 1960s. We had songs, we had movements all behind it, all positive. and we tie all of our success and failures to it. Okay, that's called an endonym. Endo means people inside. The insiders call, and nym, NYM, means names. That's an inside name. We called ourselves black. All of you that are non-foundational, you guys are taking on exonyms of your oppressors, of your colonizers. What is an exonym? That's a name given to you by your outsiders. You didn't call yourselves black, West Indians. You didn't call yourself black, Africans. The whitey man called you black when he made up the racial category and put black there. So an outsider called you black. Exonym, exo, out. Nym, NYM, name. Outsiders called you black. And that's why none of you have a black flag. You dig? And none of you got black politics, and none of you are ethically black because you let the whitey man call you black in this made up category called race. Now, throughout history, Europeans, the whitey man, have grouped people and labeled them outside of what they call themselves. This is what they always have done. Okay? And guess what? It always had a negative impact on the people that they label something. Right? All the people across the world, when they labeled them something, it was a negative impact. It was never a compliment. So when they went to Africa, or they came to the Americas and they looked at indigenous people or Africans and they said, hey, you guys are Negro. They didn't say you're Negro because you just happen to be darker versions of themselves. That's not why they called you Negroes. They called you Negroes because Negro was synonymous with inferiority and people that are worthy of enslavement, amongst other negative connotations. Okay, let's see. That's why I want to join the panel. Huh. I'm trying to invite you along. Have this dialogue. Okay, yeah, you didn't mean to come on, no problem. Yeah, so that's why this is easy work for me. So when people be struggling with these non-FBAs about whether they black or not, I'm like, yo, why is this a fight? This is light work. So when these toxic so-called FBA spaces be having these FBA versus whoever, why is this a long 8-hour, 10-hour discussion? This should be easy. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. When Europeans came amongst darker people around the globe and they called you guys Negro, that wasn't because you're tall, dark, and handsome. It's because they thought you were fat, black, and ugly as ever. However, you dig? They called you Negro because they seen somebody who they thought was inferior and worthy of enslavement. Not even a human being. That's why Dr. King said black has always been defined as something evil and bad. And for those reasons, nobody called themselves black. You'd be a crazy person to call yourself black and attach those definitions with it. And nobody was proud to be Negro when the white man was going around calling indigenous people and Africans Negro. Nobody had the songs. Nobody was beating their drums. I'm proud and Negro. I'm Negro and proud. Knock it off. Nobody even took those names on. They stuck to their tribal names. They still were Igbo. They took on Haitian afterwards, and they still were Jamaican. Nobody took on Negro after the white tea man got up and left their homelands. When they became independent, they didn't take on Negro. Kwame Nkrumah, when Ghana got its independence, when he went over there after leaving America, getting educated in our HBCUs, when he went to in Pennsylvania, HBCUs, by the way, when he went to Africa to establish a country. Now he was just here, so he witnessed a lot of our stuff, our politics. When he went over there, he didn't say, hey, this is the black country with the black flag. He said, and he didn't say black power. My man said, I'm going to call this place Ghana for its historical origins, because it was like called something similar before, the land of, they called all type of names in different languages. But he said, hey, I'm gonna restore this land, this region's name, and I'm gonna call it Ghana. And we are the Ghanaians, Ghanaian power, Ghana power. He didn't say black power. All right. And then they still kept their tribal names in that Ghana region. You ain't never been black. You gotta think y'all lying too. Y'all ain't never been black. Y'all ain't never been black. So y'all didn't take on Negro after y'all got your independence, and y'all didn't take on black either as y'all standalone primary ethnonym, as your ethnicity. Okay? Black later became popularized by Black Americans. I know that hurt for some of you guys. Black Americans, in spite of being called exonymic terms, because we would call exonymic terms as well, Negro, colored, okay? But once we came out of the Jim Crow era, when we were fighting, you dig, to identify ourselves, well, the identifying label we took was black. Okay? We took on black as our primary term for our ethnicity in America. Right? We didn't keep the same negative definitions of the word black that the whitey man attached to Negro. No, sir. We said, well, Dr. King said, I'm black and beautiful. James Brown said, I'm black and proud. And we had Black Power. Was it Jesse Owens who won over there in Germany that put up the black fist? He didn't put up the African fist. He didn't put up the Caribbean, West Indian fist. He put up the black fist. That is what makes us ethnically black. Everything we did was under the name black. Is that making sense now? All right. So we simply use black to tie together all of our unique experiences in America. Experiences that date as far as back, you can say the 1600s, but it's way back, maybe before the 1600s, but it was in this country all the way up to today, 2026. Those experiences continue. Fresh always, we have a living culture. We have a living ethnogenesis. It's still going. Our culture is ever adapting, ever evolving. We have a living culture. That's why we can say one day, hey, man, that's fresh. And then the next decade say, hey, that's cool, or that's dope. And now we're saying that's fire, or, whatever term you're using now. But you see, our language ain't set. It isn't set because we have an evolving culture, an evolving ethnical aura. Things that were in the early 2000s are gone in the 2020s. We don't use that no more. As a matter of fact, whoever used that, they seen as people outside the loop. They're outdated, outaged. You got it? So that is why I say no one outside of Black Americans are ethnically black. We call all of our associations black, our banks, our economics, our personal achievements, our collective achievements, our politics, our economics, and of course our activisms. We call it all black. Okay? So those actions of taking a word that was never applied to a people as something to be proud of, that was redefined by Black Americans to identify our unique 400-plus-year-old experience in America. And that is something to be proud of. That's why we're black and proud. That's why we're like, how are you black? Like you didn't experience nothing we experienced in this country. How are you just black? And we find out, because your zaddy said you're black. You'll be like, what? No. You dig? No, that's not how that's gonna work.
No.
We don't take what the white man say as gold, as the Midas touch, the Midas word. That's not us, man. That's y'all culture. Okay, so again, we are the only ones to take that English word black as a standalone ethnonym to define ourselves. You guys came to America, and because of government forms and other forms, you guys became racially black on paper in order to be part of our national census. Okay, you guys were black racially, you were black on paper, but you're Nigerian, Jamaican, in American enclaves, and you're Nigerian, Jamaica back home and globally. You're not black. We're black everywhere we go. Your homeland, our homeland on Mars, in hell and back, we're black. You got it? So again, when we say black, we use it as an ethnicity, something historical, and we're talking about what belongs to us uniquely. So I'm going to get to delineation. Okay. So while you guys were allowed, because you were allowed to use black, the white man allowed you to use black on form. I don't know, it might be unbeknownst to you, but by you checking the box black and being known as black in America, you are erasing our unique history, our unique struggle, our unique triumph. Okay. Unbeknownst to you or beknownst to you, you're taking something that we built and claiming it as your own without understanding the blood, sweat, and tears that came along with it. I gotta re-air the conversation on TikTok that's recorded with me and that Guyanese sister when I was explaining to her. She took it well. Absolutely. Did you want to comment? No?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought you were talking to the other lady. Yeah. Well, personally, I'm Black, so I've heard a lot about like FBA, Foundational Black Americans, stuff like that. And it does seem like a controversial group. So I just wanted to hear you all's perspective, like what you stand for and like your, main ideologies.
All right. So let's go back. So what country are you originally from?
Well, my mother's from Guyana and my father is from the United States.
Okay. All right. So you're like Black and Guyanese, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah. So there's millions of people that come under the name Black American or Foundation Black American. So if you argue with, like, for example, if I had a disagreement, let's say if a Guyanese person owed me money, like I cut his lawn, he didn't pay me. I can't say Guyanese people are they don't pay their debt, right? So when people say FBA this, FBA that, and they're including all of us from their personal limited experiences, like that ain't right. That's something that a white man would do. Like they'll judge the whole based on a few, right? So FBA, as I'm explaining, is a term that's needed. It's a delineated term. Foundational Black American, right? Because people from your homeland, Guyana, like they'll come over here, and again, it's no fault to themselves. There's a racial class, a racial category in America that's awaiting them. Now they're allowed to come over here and check that box, right? And now they're Black on paper, they're Black American on paper, they're African American on paper, but they're still Guyanese, in real life at their homeland. When they identify themselves, they're going to still have their flag. They're not going to burn their flag and become, Black American. They're still Guyanese person, but on paper, to receive or for government census purposes, and even to receive maybe some housing, government assistance, they are one of us, Black American. Now, the problem with us, with Black Americans, now again, this ain't got nothing to do with Guyanese people. This is for our government, because our government used that loophole. So the government says, okay, because that Guyanese person is able to be Black on paper, like you Black Americans are Black on paper, you Black Americans can never get justice or can never have redress for the historical harms that this government caused Black Americans, because according to the 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, that this country is not allowed to to rectify historical harms based on race, right? So because that's against the 14th Amendment. So we're not allowed we're not allowed to ever receive reparations or any other thing. Like if they want to like make us like tax tax free, or hey, discount on colleges, or free college for whatever years, that can never happen under race. So it's common sense that if we are fighting for reparations or redress for historical harms, we cannot identify as Black American, because everybody of African descent that comes to this country is Black American. That's a racial category that cannot exclude. They got to include everybody. So reparations for us is for everybody African descent, and reparations are not paid out through race. So that's a common solution to you got to identify yourself outside of that box, that racial box. So hence FBA, Foundation Black American.
That makes a lot of sense, and I find that a lot of white people, especially,
white tea people.
A lot of people tend to group all, I guess, Black people together, and they don't understand the distinction between like Black folks from the Caribbean or folks from Africa, or things like that. So I do see the point in having like a separate term for like foundation, like the FBAs or whatever. And just to clarify, FBAs, so your lineage is from like Africans who were taken from West Africa like via chattel slavery, right?
So when you say Africans were taken, who took them?
White people.
No.
Yeah.
No, white tea. You gotta say white tea on TikTok. No, white tea people bought them. They were taken and enslaved by Africans and sold to white tea people.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So you believe that FBAs were still their own group of people during that time when Africans were enslaving them?
Well, the Africans say that. The Africans will tell you they did not enslave their own. They would say they went to other places across Africa to enslave other people. They would tell you we did not enslave our own. Yeah, so we were different from them way back then.
So what exactly are we then?
Okay, so Jamaicans, right? Well, you just said Guyanese people, right? So aren't your family Guyanese?
My mom, yeah.
Why isn't she African?
Well, she's a mixture of a lot of different, because Guyana doesn't have one specific.
I know, because you got East Indians there. I understand that, and the indigenous people there as well. But what I'm saying is, why didn't you identify her as African? Why did you feel the need to identify her as Guyanese?
Well, because
because she ain't African, right? Because she ain't African, right? We're not African either. We're Black Americans, and Haitians aren't African. They're Haitians.
Well, how were we in Africa?
Say that again.
If we're not African, then why were we in Africa when the other Africans enslaved us?
Okay.
If we're not African, we were on that continent.
No, you were never in Africa, and nobody in genealogy.
That's my ancestors.
Right.
Your ancestors.
Well, I don't have any ancestors that was in Africa. All my ancestors was American. I know most of it.
To America, are they indigenous?
Okay, so some people were enslaved by Africans and sold to whitey people, and they came over here in the 1600s, and a lot of them mixed in with the indigenous population and the whitey man themselves. So it became a homogenous group, homogenous person. So they're mixed with they're combined. The combined ingredients is African, European, indigenous, and that made a new person. Just like the Guyanese person was indigenous from over there. Right.
You still like acknowledge that you have ancestors from the continent of Africa, right?
Well,
because in order to make that homogenous group, you just said it, European, indigenous, and African.
Right. So I'm speaking for myself, right? So I say I got African ancestry, European ancestry, and indigenous. Yeah. Yeah, but that's my mix. but you can be an ethnic group without being exact like the other person. So for example, like let's say if one person came from Africa, right, to America, and they didn't mix with nobody, like they're 100% African, but they still went through U.S. chattel slavery and Jim Crow. Yeah, they would ethnically be me, like we'd be the same, even though our genetic makeup is different. And if a person
They went through chattel slavery, if their lineage was a part of chattel slavery, then they're not 100% African. They are guaranteed to have European or indigenous in them.
now, I was giving you a hypothetical. I was saying if that person, like let's say we can prove that person, like what tribe they from and everything, their genealogy records, and they end up here with us in 2026, going through, yeah, they would be considered Black American, not African.
I'm kind of confused by your hypothetical, but I think I understand what you're saying.
All right, so okay, cool. So forget about the hypothetical. Let's go reality. So that wasn't the case. So mostly everybody that came from Africa to America has mixed with indigenous people and white tea people, right? So that means they're not African, they're not white tea, and they're not indigenous. They're a combination of all three, right?
Yeah, agree.
So what's your question to that?
I guess my question is, I agree with what you're saying. Like FBAs, if that's what you want to call it, are a mixture of what you just said, right? But I don't understand why some of them want to deny their African ancestry.
Okay.
I think it's like,
So that's the other thing. So some people say that, you know, when they do their genealogical records, nobody of African ancestry pops up. So and they say all they have is their indigenous, you know, records of their family. So like they could only goes back as far as indigenous Americans. Like they don't have nothing back to Africa. So how can somebody conclude they're African when their genealogical records don't include Africans? That's like just common sense. Like,
if you do a DNA test, it'll definitely show your genealogical records, but
so let me help you out. A DNA test has a disclaimer. A DNA test tell you that it's for entertainment purposes only. Now, a DNA test is not to tell you where you were from 500 years ago. A DNA test has limitations and they cannot tell you where you were 500 years ago. So what they do is DNA tests are originally created for medicinal issues and also to solve crime. You know, so like or to tell you who the daddy of a baby is, the biological parent, but a paternity test type thing. But DNA tests were never designed to tell a people who they were 500 years ago. So no.
You heard 23andMe?
Yes, I heard of all of them and I researched all of them. And I'm telling you the limitation. Now, what you got to do for me, which I already did it, you got to Google the limitation of DNA tests. Now, there are programs in America that are strictly for Nigerians or people of African descent only, right? You cannot take your DNA test results and say, hey, look, it says I'm you and I'm in now. Nope. That's why I say for entertainment purposes only. Even if it gave you a significant amount of indigenous blood in you, you could not take that test and be part of a tribe all of a sudden, an indigenous tribe. That test is not used for that. So people got people misapply DNA tests to try to tell you where you're from. It's not designed for that. Google that right now. I mean, that's a Googleable search today at 1:33.
23andMe is designed for, what do you think it's going to say?
It's going to say, well, you got to say what DNA test, because isn't it a different DNA test, right? It's a DNA test, right?
Well, yeah, 23andMe is a DNA test.
Right. And there's others, right? So don't just specify just one. Just say DNA test.
Specify.
Okay, then do it. Look,
23.
do what you want to do. But I'm saying, if I say DNA test, right, that incorporates.
23andMe is a DNA test.
Right, but if I say DNA test, that 23andMe will be there. It'll be considered. So if I go to Google or AI and I say DNA test, it's going to consider all of the DNA tests that's available. And they're going to say they're not designed to tell you who you were 500 years ago. They're designed to tell you to handle medical.
No.
Right.
It never. I don't. It's not. It's definitely not designed to tell who you were 500 years ago. But what it can do is, it can like estimate.
No.
DNA you share with other groups of people.
Nope.
That's the whole point of it.
Nope. Because
what do you mean? Nope. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, because but you should be reading that the estimates changes. It can go from 10% to 0. So it could and it updates every so often. So the updates change it says one thing today. It could say, hey, you're 3% German today. And then 10 years from now, it could say you're 0% or 15%. So that's why it's not reliable. That's why it says entertainment purposes only. I do this. This research I know already. I know its limitations. It cannot do that. It can't guarantee that you're 15%, 2%.
Search on it.
It's okay. Now, you said your mom was, or you said there's black people in Guyana, right?
No, I said, well, yes, there are, but
Okay,
there's
hold on.
a multitude of
Hold on.
ethnicities and
Okay.
races.
In what sense are they black? Like, are they black nationally, ethnically, racially? How are they black?
Well, Guyana was a slave port,
Got you.
and some Africans were taken to Guyana. So, like,
African.
ethnically, yes, I guess it by today's racial standards, they would be considered quote unquote black.
Wait, but hold on.
But
But you know, African and black are not interchangeable words, right?
Africans fall under black.
Racially, right?
You just said
Okay.
today's racial standards.
Now hold on. Who made up racial standards? Is that something Africans did? Guyanese people did? Right. Okay. So hold on, but it's more than that. It's called an exonym, right? So an exonym is when outsiders name you what you don't name yourself. So just because, for example, the white man called people Negroes, it called people savages, it called people Indians. So they have a long historical record of calling people things they're not, and people, it's up to them to say, hey, I'm not that. Hey, call me by my name. So no, I'm not this black racial group you made up in the 2000s. I'm still Guyanese, and I have a Guyanese culture. I don't have a black ethnical culture at all. I don't have a black flag, black nothing. So now you're lumping me up as black only in America. That's not, they're not black in Guyana. They're not black. And if a Guyanese person go to Africa or go to, matter of fact, the UN prefers POAD. You look that up. Persons of African descent. They don't use black people. They don't say everybody's of African descent black. They say diaspora. It's called the African diaspora. It's not called the black diaspora. And that's a nickname they give it. But the original name is the African diaspora. Because black is like Igbo. It's like Jamaica. It's a word that's made up to identify people. So what does Igbo mean? Does Igbo tie into Africa? No, it's just a made up word. People just say, hey, we're this. So when my ancestors said we're black in America in the 1960s, it was a name. It's a name out of many we could have chose. So it's not synonymous with Africa. It don't have African roots. It's an English color word that we made a noun. Black is an adjective. It describes nouns. It describes people. So when white man called people Negro, they were describing people, and those descriptions were not positive. They were saying they were animals, inferior. So Negro is associated with that. So when people call themselves black racially, they're taking on a definition of the white man. And the white man says people of color are inferior and, worthy of being treated badly. Like there's no rights a white man is bound to respect. So there's a whole class that comes after the racial class, black. Now, in America, look at the harm that is done to us in America. This is why it's a whole finesse. Like I just told you, by coming up with black in America, knowing it's our ethnicity, now black serves as a dual usage, which is what ethnicity does that in the world. So now black in America pertains to a specific exclusive people, at the same time pertains to an unspecific inclusive people. So when people come to America, everybody's confused. If you say, hey, let the black people stand up, you'll see people of Somali, right? You'll see people of Ethiopia descent. You'll see people of all different historical different backgrounds standing up as black people and black Americans. But if they say, okay, now everybody sit back down. Now only the Somalis stand up, then you'll get the Somalis. So it's a way to assimilate and dilute as far as black Americans are concerned. So now again, back to our country and our historical harms. We can't demand justice under this black group because it was exclusive in the 60s. Whoever was called black in this country, 99.9% of them were black Americans. There was a tiny below 1% representation of anybody from the Caribbean and Africa together in the 60s. So those who could be called black, it was pretty much all black Americans. So it's a finesse. So now when the civil rights was passed and now things had to, we had to correct the harms, they passed some stuff in 1965, all type of different laws where race-based exclusions are illegal. Now, don't forget, we were the only racially people that could be black. It was unfathomable for somebody to be black in America in significant numbers. So now in the 2010s, in the 2000s, where it became a large million, significant number of people from the Caribbean and Africa, now this racial group is now large now. So now we're like, hey, that's why the DI program is being thrown out, because they're all racially based. And it's enough people in different origins coming to this racial based group, and now it's being thrown out. Like, hey, remember, you can't do something for race. Now, if it's done for Black Americans exclusively, that's not race. That's to injure, harm people. But under that name, black has now they have now made black a racial term officially. So now black is like doomed. It's like cursed now. So we got to add other things: Adolfs, freedmen, Black Americans. So just to go back, the only ethnic black people. And when I say ethnic, that means you called your society black. You called your economics, you called your wins, losses, your money, everything black. You're first to do something black. We have a black flag, 1967, Melvin Charles. It's called the Black American Heritage Flag. So everything, we have black songs, everything about black movements, everything about us black, the black dollar, black marriage, everything about Black Americans, our entire society is ethnically black. But Guyanese people, their society is ethnically Guyanese. It's the Guyanese economics, the Guyanese dollar, the Guyanese on Guyanese crime. Everything's Guyanese related. Nothing's blacks over there. So that's called being anachronistic. That means you're going back in time, not you, but the average person goes back in time and called themselves a term that wasn't them when it was applied. So when black was being applied as a positive endonym, that was exclusively for Black Americans only. Everybody was Guyanese, Jamaican, Nigerian, everything they wanted to be, until recently, the 2000s. Since our reparations fight is when people started to take on black that we know of in America.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense.
So that don't mean the Guyanese people are not our brothers and sisters. Like my best friend, I say all the time, one of my best friends are Guyanese. Actually, you're the second person I spoke to that has Guyanese background, and so far y'all representing, because there's a sister before you I spoke on TikTok, and she was cool like you. And again, my boy is from Guyana, and his whole family, I'm cool with his entire family. Like he will give me the shirt off his back, like he's a real thoroughbred. So we're not saying because we are ethnically black and you're ethnic Guyanese, well, not you, because you're actually black too, you're mixed. So you are what we would call Foundation Black American as well as Guyanese. So you can express both sides you want, however you want to do it. But somebody who was fully Guyanese, they can be an ally, they can rock with us and whatever, but they're just not black ethnically like us. And so we just straighten out the confusion. Like we cause the confusion to go away, and everybody's who they are. This person, the Guyanese brother, I'm the black brother, and this person's the Nigerian brother. You feel me? And this is the white brother, the Hispanic brother, Latino, Puerto Rican, whatever, so on and so forth. But the confusion, the dilution of confusion, we're not letting white tea America do that any longer. Like, no, we're stopping that. Like, oh, stop this play you're doing. And this goes back all the way to Walter Plecker with the 1924 Racial Integrity Act. It's actually called the Racial Integrity Act. They use race to reclassify indigenous people to steal their land. So they always use this racial category to exclude, deny, and take from people. And they're doing that today with us. They're using the racial thing to deny us reparations and other things that's old to us. And you have Ed Blum, anything that's race-based, Ed Blum is cooking it in court.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I agree with, everything you're saying. How do you feel about like people calling FBAs like a hate group?
I don't mind, because that's their right. Where I'm sure there's some, I heard it myself. I heard some FBAs say the most toxic stuff ever, but that's a hateful person. Just like when a white tea man does something like Dylan Roof, when he did his thing in the church, like he was racial, right? But they didn't say the entire white race was racial, right? They didn't say all white Americans are racist because Dylan Roof was. So they called Dylan Roof a lone wolf. So the people that's being hateful towards other folks because they are not foundational. They are hateful people, but they don't represent a group and they can't poison the well. That's called poison the well. That one person or the 30 people don't poison the well of 50 million. That's not how that works. That person or people, they are hateful or whatever. So I'm actually going to do a live on YouTube. It's going to be called "What's a Tether," right? Because people have ran with tether, made it something it ain't. So it's going to be action or accent. So I'm making a distinction. Just because somebody has an accent doesn't make them a tether. What makes somebody a tether is their negative, impactful actions. Just like what makes somebody a coon or a sample amongst the Black American, ethnic group, your actions would do that. And to make a white person, a white T person, a racist, that would make their actions would decide that. So what you're witnessing is toxic FBA groups that's doing this on purpose for clicks and views and some coins, and we're about to clean that up very shortly.
Well, that sounds good to me. It was nice talking to you.
Likewise, great talking to you. Thanks for calling. Anybody else? See, and that's how you have a civil conversation based on truth. So she spoke her truth, right? And she wasn't intimidated by pushback. The middle capital.
Was good.
Was good, family. What you got? How you want to add to the conversation?
I felt the FBAs are a lot of them are spreading confusion and hate.
FBAs are doing that?
Yes.
So you don't see none of this confusion, hate from people of Africa, people from the continent Africa or the Caribbean. You don't see that on their side?
Oh.
Okay, so the person that came on the daily show, right? The Haitian woman who came in and said Black Americans stink or something. We're dirty.
I'm actually this because this those comments are just ignorant. So
right, wait, Vice, hold on.
You're grown and mature individuals, right?
Okay, dude, you're gonna talk over me, my guy. So what we're not gonna do is sit there and say, hey, that was an ignorant comment from somebody from Africa, the Caribbean, and don't apply that same energy on the FBA who also said an ignorant comment. So that same no, you don't. No, you don't. No, now you hear me because you're on mute. So ignorance happens in every ethnic group. So if people can be chalked up as, well, that's just an ignorant Jamaican or an ignorant Nigerian. Well, that was an ignorant FBA. So what I'm not going to let you do is try to poison the well from that one ignorant FBA person, but won't allow that poison the well happen with that one ignorant Jamaican or Nigerian or African person. Now, come off mute and respond to that, or you got to get off, because I'm not going to have this back and forth toxic conversation with people who are clearly not my equals on this right here at all. Matter of fact, the energy you even came with, I'm gonna get you about here. Yeah. Let me finish what I'm doing. Yeah, give me somebody more. So the Guyanese, the FBA Guyanese sister came through and showed, like, well, did you not hear us talk? Like, when he just said what he said, because she said the same thing. FBAs say a hate group. I explained that. I explained lone wolves. He come on and say the same thing. I'm like, yo, did you not just hear what I said to her? Like, so right off the back, I'm like, okay, yeah, this dude trolling. Anyway, let me finish what I was saying. Let me finish. So, like I said, the white T man, as I explained to the sister, the white T man has constantly weaponized and diluted and stolen from us, Black Americans, and you could say even the indigenous people, by paper genocide. Okay, different ways, stealing land, all type of stuff. And now they're doing it through the word black, because they used paper genocide when they did the zoning laws. That's paper genocide. When they did restrictive covenants, paper genocide through exclusion. when they did the New Deal with the GI Bill, where they excluded Black American veterans coming home. That's called paper genocide, all through exclusion. Okay, and now they're doing it today with the word Black. We caught them. We got them. Check ball up top. You fouling. You dig? Check ball up top. Now that point does not count. Take that off the board. I'm still up 20-0. Take that off the board. 1v1. So again, no one outside of us, who you would call foundational Black Americans, are ethnically Black. So digest that. That don't mean there's something wrong or you're missing something. You are ethnically Caribbean. You're ethnically African. What's wrong with that? All right. Jamaican people, Nigerian people, they are racially Black because Western powers put them on a piece of paper, right? So you guys are racially Black on a form. That's it in America. But you're not ethnically or nationally Black, right? You're not ethnically or nationally Black in your homeland. Your country's called Nigeria. Your flag is Nigerian. It's not the Black flag. You don't have the Black American heritage flag of Melvin Charles of 1967. You don't have that. And it's okay. You got a Nigerian flag. That don't mean your flag is better or worse. That don't mean our flag is better and worse, but you have your own flag. It ain't the Black flag. We got the only Black flag, the Black American heritage flag. That's it. And now we got the Foundation Black American. We got two flags, Foundation Black American heritage flag. The Foundation Black American flag, and we got the Black American heritage flag. We got two Black flags. You guys got zero. Okay. You're not ethnically Black. You're ethnically whatever your homeland is, and you're not nationally Black. You're nationally whatever your nation is. Right? The names. Now listen, family. The names of some of their countries. Watch this. The names of some of their countries are exonyms given to them by their colonizers. The Spanish and British took the name Taino, took the Taino word, I said Taino, the Taino word. How you pronounce this? Let's get a good pronunciation.
But how do you say what you're looking for today? How do you say this brand name of rum? I've got a definite answer actually for you. So if you want to say more rum names, wine names, liquor names, make sure to stay tuned. Book by... And it said Jamaica.
Okay, Jamaica. I had to get it right. Jamaica. Right? Jamaica.
Is how
One more time.
Pronounce it.
One more
and
time.
It said Jamaica. Jamaica.
Jamaica.
Pronounce it.
So Jamaica was what I'm explaining. That what the British and the Spanish took the Taino word Jamaica and turned it into Jamaica. So I would say that the Jamaicans should be trying to reclaim their name. Stop trying to be Black and reclaim Jamaica, right? And get rid of their oppressor's name, Jamaica. So Jamaica is an exonym. Exonym means outsiders renamed you, disrespecting your inside name. Your inside name was Jamaica or Jamaica. It wasn't Jamaica. So you guys not even Jamaicans. You're Jamaican because the white tea guy says so. But you got to take the power back. You got to do what we did. Take a name, call yourself it, and put empowerment behind it. Make your music represent it. Make your politics represent it. And it's easier for y'all because y'all in your own country. Y'all could be Jamaica tomorrow. Look how fast Trump came up with MAGA. And look how MAGA's expanded. Trump got MAGA internationally known, and let's say in about 3 months through social media. So it doesn't really take long to rename yourself. Trump got everybody, the entire world, knowing who MAGA is in about 3 to 6 months, less than a year for sure. The entire world knew what MAGA was. So it's not hard. He put empowerment to back in. People backed it. People made MAGA a real thing. Now MAGA is a real thing. So I'm saying, Jamaicans, what you guys should do, stop trying to be black because the white team man said you're black, and go ahead and stop being Jamaican because the white team man said you're Jamaican, and be Jamaica and be Jamaicans. Take your endonym back. Do what Kwame Nkrumah did. He renamed the region, the land, close to what it was called before, Ghana. Y'all need to get rid of Jamaica and take on Jamaica. Okay? It's not hard. All right, we got some folks want to join. Okay, so before I get Emil Capital back on here, because it looks like he's trolling, let me get FBA Rock, and I got somebody, I think FBA Rock trying to join. FBA Rock, you wanted to come on?
Yeah, my bad, boss.
Okay.
I was at the screen.
All right, no problem. Appreciate you. All right, so let's get Emil Capital. Now, Emil Capital can't dialogue with me at all intellectually. That's why he's trolling. Okay, Emil, you want to give it a second try?
I'm not trolling. I just want to speak facts and understand like everybody understands.
All right, hold on.
That's it.
Hold on, wait. So we're going to dialogue. So let's confirm the facts. So what's your first fact?
All right. So
wait. Before we establish that, would you call yourself FBA? Like, can you trace your lineage to U.S. chattel slavery?
No, because majority of my parents was in Haiti and around the early 70s. My grandpas came here. So
okay, so would you say you're Haitian?
Nationality, yes, but I'm black first.
Okay. All right.
I'm in America, like.
Wait, hold on.
What else not to like?
Okay, hold on.
I don't understand.
Okay, got you. We're gonna get some understanding. Remember, you say you want to speak facts, right?
Yeah, I want to speak facts.
Okay. So 1804 is when Haiti got their independence, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with Haiti's history? Okay, so this should be, I am too. So this should be an easy conversation. All right, so hold on. We're establishing facts first. So in 1804, when you guys successfully ran off the French and the Spanish, you guys, Dessalines, through Dessalines, he said, this is Haiti and we are the Haitians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did he say wait, hold on. Then you go. So he didn't say we're black. He said we're Haitians, right?
But the thing that people not understanding is that Haiti was going to be the first black republic.
No. First of all,
so that's not fact.
No, we're speaking facts, right? Did Haitians speak English or a version of French?
A version of French because of where they're at.
Right. So the word black was not in their mouth at all, right? We're speaking facts, right? Black is an English word, right?
Yes.
Okay. So black, nothing. You guys gonna be the first of. You're gonna be the first of something French and Haitian related. Okay. So not about hyper. So we know you guys didn't speak English. So BLACK was not in your vocabulary at all as a people. So now that's a fact, right? So hold on. Go ahead.
One thing. Look it up. Okay. Go ChatGPT.
ChatGPT. Right.
The if Haiti wasn't the first black republic.
Okay,
I'm telling you, ain't saying
got it.
Black was in their vocabulary when that's what it is.
Okay, hey brother, you're talking to me, guy. Like, I'm an educator. I deal with academia. Now, there's something called anachronistic. You know what that is? That is when you go back in time and rename something that wasn't used a word. Call something a word that did not exist at that time. So and you can ask ChatGPT this. You can say, ChatGPT, are you anachronistically going back calling Haiti the first black something? It's gonna say yes. Okay, because Haiti is responding to you in English. You're typing in English, right? So it's gonna respond to you in English. It's not gonna respond to you in French. So, but if you wrote in French or you spoke in French, it'll respond to you in French. So it won't say the word BLCK. So hold on.
It's not it. French is not it. It's Creole.
Right, but it's a version of French though, right? Just like AAV is a version of English.
Like patois.
No, Jamaicans can't speak Creole. All right. So anyway, let's move past the hypotheticals. That's a rabbit hole. Let's do with facts. Like you said, facts. Not we were going to, none of that stuff. Facts. So is it a fact that Dessalini said this land is Haiti and not black, right? God damn. Where my cricket sound? So now he just said, hey bro, I'm asking you a question about Dessalini. When he established the name of the island and the name of the people, did he call you guys the land Haiti and the people Haitians, or did he call the land black and the people blacks?
IT and yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Which one? Yes to which one? Haiti and Haitians or black and blacks?
So IT. The island is IT.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's the indigenous term, my guy. I'm saying, well, no, we're doing English, right? And we're doing English. So Haiti is what it's called. It's called Haiti, right? Haiti, right? Okay, and the people are called of the land are called Haitians, right?
Yeah, say that.
Right. So the ethnically and don't you guys have Haitian politics?
Yes.
Haitian money?
Of course.
Right, and you have Haitian citizenship, right? Right. So you're Haitian ethnically and you're Haitian as a nationality. You're not black at all. So now when does the black come in?
If you look in the Constitution, you would see it.
I will not see it. I know your Constitution, bro. I'm the right one. Tell me what I'm gonna see. I know it starts with the N, right? Tell me what I'm gonna see, so I can explain to you how that. Because I know you don't know your own. Yeah, I know you don't know.
Okay, I'll fabricate.
No. I know the word. I don't think you do. I think I know about more about Haitian history than you is what I'm saying. I don't think you know what you're talking about. I think you're just bluffing me. But I know more than you. Okay, so and now they didn't speak English. So what word did they use in the Constitution? Go. You didn't ask me anything.
Republic?
No.
Yes
No. Now.
Okay, then the conversation is over with.
Okay. Yeah, you don't know your. That's crazy. Hey, look. Hey,
you want to stay.
No, I said no. Now watch this. Now, when you say black,
Got history. The history.
hey, bro, I'm asking you. Like, okay, let's go. Let's entertain that. When you say Black Republic, was that black being used as an adjective to describe how people look?
That's for everyone
No,
in the world.
No. Do you know who Prince is? Do you know the artist Prince?
From Georgia?
The artist Prince, yeah. No, Prince, the artist Prince, the Prince, who became the formerly known artist, whatever the symbol. That guy. Purple Rain. You know Prince? Okay. God damn. Okay. Does black describe his color?
Yes.
Okay, bros. All right, dude. You just trolling. All right, family. Thank you, man. Thank you. So this is how you take over TikTok. Like these idiots ain't ready, man. They're not ready for scholarship. He don't know his own history. Yeah, he's cosplaying as us so badly. He don't know his own history. And you don't know how to use ChatGPT. You're talking to a scholar, my guy. It's easier than I thought. Yeah. Anybody else? This is no wonder Tariq be having fun over here. Who's next? Thank you, True Love grows here. Thank you for that. Yeah, this is way easier than I thought. Man, I might make it call. You want to talk to a scholar, an FBA scholar? That might be the new name. 9 FBAs tap in with a FBA scholar. This is too easy. My man doesn't even know his own history. He's cosplaying as us. Yeah, I'm taking over TikTok. I gotta clean it up. As you see, like they're saying we're a hate group because of the toxic FBA spaces out there. And I don't like that. I don't want to be categorized as a hate group. So I'm gonna try to clean up house. I'm gonna need you guys' help. Start calling these TikTokers out. And they're trying to come to YouTube. No. Keep that garbage on TikTok. Okay, so again, Zaimaka is what Jamaica's really called. It's not called Jamaica. That's the white man saying it. And these guys are too. I said, so your blackness. Let's entertain that. Your blackness, is it an adjective? You fool! Our black is not an adjective. It's a proper noun. We're talking about people. Yo, we're just look. It can't. Nouns can't. I'm sorry. Adjectives can't stand by themselves. They got to always attach to something. It's like a tether. So a red, the color red is an adjective. It has to always be attached to a noun, which is a person, place, or thing. So you have to say red light, red car, red bug, red juice, red wine. You just can't leave it as red. They can't stand on its own. It needs a host. But with us in America, we're just called the blacks. So that tells you that black is more than an adjective. It's a proper noun. And it's capitalized, by the way. But the way we use black in America has always been as a proper noun. It could stand by itself. We would say things like the whites versus the blacks. But he doesn't know that. He just came here in 2015. My guy didn't even know who Prince was. All right. So you guys got to remember, that's calling in and getting straightened out. You guys got to remember that your colonizers first grouped you guys up, right? They grouped you up as Negro, and it wasn't a compliment. They tagged you like the mark of Cain, like the curse of Ham. That's how they seen y'all. They seen y'all as the curse of Cain, the mark of Ham, by calling you Negro. And Negro signified servitude, inferiority, and non-human status. That word was a legal brand designed to mark you guys as perpetual property. Okay? FBA ancestors, we did not voluntarily adopt Negro as our primary ethnicity. No, sir. That was forced on us, and we went along to survive. But the minute we got out of that garbage and fought for how many years? 10 years? The civil rights movement fight, the black civil rights movement fight. They were called black civil rights activists, by the way. They weren't called African. They were called black civil rights activists. Okay? And when they fought for their rights, they said, now let's name ourselves something. We can't be free and liberated from systemic racism, but still have a name, a racist name. So they said, hey, just call us black. That describes our experience in America. That describes our entire ethnogenesis in America. Okay? So, unlike Guyana, unlike Haiti, who had their own sovereign nations, flags, and institutions to return to, we had to build our nationhood right here in the belly of the beast. Okay? We rejected Negro and colored and American Negro, and we chose black, the English word black, not the Creole word black, not the Patois, whatever name black, not the Spanish word black, the English word black. Okay, and we redefined it. Black became our endonym, our inside name. We made it our chosen ethnic identity. Okay, so we did not use it just as a color, liar. We built a whole civilization out of it. All right. We founded black banks We built black universities. We didn't build African universities and African banks. We had black churches, black newspapers, and a unique black political agenda to secure our civil rights. Okay, so look what we did. That was phenomenal. We took a word that meant low and degraded at that time, Negro, and in any situation, in this instance, black, right? And we turned it into a badge of sovereign pride. Okay, so even like I said before, Dr. Martin Luther King had called this out in 1967 during the same year of the Black American Heritage Flag and said he's black and beautiful. Now, you tell me people before 1967, tell me of people before 1967 that said they're black, the English word black and beautiful. Black was a taboo word up until the civil rights fight. Black, Negro, any colorful word that associated with black, any language that used black to describe people was taboo. Okay, so now, decades after we did the hard work to make black a respected, politically powerful word, immigrants, from Africa and the Caribbean are arriving in America like, oh boy, and they're being encouraged by the whitey man. They're being incentivized by the whitey man to check black on government forms. Paper genocide. That's what it's called. It's called paper genocide. Now, on paper, they are counted as black, but in reality, they maintain their distinct sovereign ethnic enclaves. Right? You still got little Haitis in America. You got all this other stuff, right? You got Jamaican restaurants, Jamaican barbershops. They didn't fully assimilate. So that's why you can't compare yourself to the whitey Europeans that came over here as Italians or Irish or Germans. They fully assimilated. They don't call themselves, a lot of them don't call themselves Irish or acknowledge that at all. Or their German history or Italian. Some of them don't acknowledge, they just say, I'm white. That's called full assimilation. So how you black and you ain't fully assimilate? So now, what about when they go back home? Do they go back home black? So okay, so they come over in America. Okay, some come through student visas, work visas, H-1Bs, all that type of stuff, all that good stuff. Some come as refugees, asylees, evacuees. Some come, illegal. And they check that box and they're black on paper. They're not black in real life, not black in reality. They're black in fantasy land. They're black on paper only. Okay. Now, when they go back home, are they still black on paper? When they move to, let's say, a European country, when they go be the front line for Russia, are they black? No, they're going to be exactly who they always were: Jamaican, Nigerian, Brazilian. And you're not even black. You're black on paper over here. That's why a lot of them don't want to tell where they're from, because they know once they say, "Hey, I'm from Haiti," nobody's gonna believe that black finesse. They're gonna say, "Yo, call up Joe, the Haitian guy." So that's you guys running from your reality, not us. You guys do not carry the 400-year structural depth of Jim Crow or U.S. chattel slavery. You can't be black. Can't be black. Okay. So now there's a whole finesse to the whole racial category. This is why they're encouraging you to select black and incentivizing you to check black. Again, it's not your own fault, because some of you have no idea of the play of the whitey man. Now we know, and we're trying to put y'all on game, but y'all ain't come here for unity anyway. You guys came here for your own reasons. You didn't come here to end racism. You didn't come over here to fight systemic racism. That was not part of your articles of faith. Hey, a mill capital beat it, man. Once I boot you twice, it's a wrap. So let's see if somebody else want to speak. And those who are new, follow me, man. I'm gonna go live often. Okay, so we have your name. What's your name? Hello. Did you try to come on? Did you mean to come on? Hello. Okay. No problem. No problema. Yeah. So unbeknownst to some of y'all, you guys are part of the paper genocide of erasure. You guys are used to erase us by dilution of inclusion. Okay, through assimilation. Okay. So, and that's a whole nother finesse. That's a whole nother finesse I'm gonna get to. So that brings us to this. That brings us to a term called a zero-sum game. All right. So a zero-sum game in politics is a mindset or situation where one group's gain is perceived as another group's automatic loss. Okay. So now it's based on the assumption and belief that resources such as jobs, funding, housing, or political influence are finite, and that for one party to win, another must lose. Okay. So in the context of American politics, this frequently manifests as a struggle over scarce opportunities. When immigrants and native Black Americans, we are native to the United States, we are native Black Americans. So when immigrants and native Black Americans are positioned to compete for the same limited resources, which would be low wage labor markets, right? Or underfunded neighborhoods, could be scholarships. A zero sum type of situation can lead to intergroup conflict, right? Who wants to compete for limited opportunities already with whoever's there? And now an influx of immigrants come in and they're told, hey, you got to split that same pot that's already limited. So of course the people who are already there like, yo, what is this? What is going on here? Bag back. You gotta get your own. Y'all coming over here talking about what did Smokey say? It's better to give than receive. Yeah, y'all come with that mentality. We like, oh hell no. God bless the child that has his own. God bless the child that gets their own. Okay. So now let me bring you to today. Let me catch you up to speed. So as I was saying. Now, some people pretend to have this guy still, damn. Y'all gotta stop. You had 2 tries, my guy. You're not on my level. Beat it. Go join one of those toxic spaces, man. This is for the people with integrity. All right. So as I recall, right, as we all recall, just put in your memory think tanks, as we all recall, Africans and West Indians not too long ago said, we, those who say we're FBA, about a decade ago and longer, 2-3 decades ago, you guys from Africa and the West Indies, you said that we aren't Black. Remember? You said that we had to defer to a DNA test. And by doing that, you were undermining our Blackness. Okay? So you were telling us, no, you're not Black. What do your DNA tests say? And you will find 5% this, 10% that, and you would conclude that we are African. Y'all forgot about that? You guys would look at you would say, what? No, you're not Black. What do your DNA test says? There's no Black people don't have no culture. Your culture is in Africa. So you were trying to make us African for decades, especially when you guys came under that religion, Pan-Africanism. You guys were trying to make us black for decades. I'm sorry, you were trying to make us African for decades because you didn't understand what an ethnonym was and is. But the whole time, something just switched. You were making everybody African. African is. Garvey, I said Africa's for the Africans. You guys are African. Africa, Africa, Africa. Where you from? Where you got taken from? Everything was Africa, African, Africa. And then out of nowhere, in like 2023, you dig? 2024, that you guys abandoned the African finesse and you said, all right, everybody's black. And we like, wait, what? You said we were all just African just a week ago. Now all of a sudden we all are just black. We're like, what? All right. So no, you guys are not ethnically black. Your nationality isn't black, and even your continental identity isn't black. All right. We are ethnically black Americans. And that's our ethnonym. Now, an ethnonym is simply listen what an ethnonym is. I explained endonym, insiders naming themselves. I explained exonym, outsiders naming you, like Jamaica, like Sudan, like Nigeria. Those are outsiders naming you. Okay? Endonym is when insiders name themselves, like black. That's what we did in America. But so that's an endonym and exonym. But what is an ethnonym? Ethno, okay, people, name, a people's name. So endonyms and exonyms are both ethonyms, but they became ethonyms different ways. One outsider called you something, the other one an insider called you something. Okay, got it. So an ethnonym is simply a name a group of people uses to identify themselves. No, it's not a DNA test. No, it's not a genome sequence. And no, it's not something determined in a lab. It is a social, historical, and cultural identity. So we as Black Americans developed our identity here. Haitians, whether you like it or not, you develop your identity in Haiti. Okay? Guyanese people, you develop your identity in Guyana. And African people, all of your identities were developed in the country, within the continent of Africa, within your countries and your tribes. Okay? Black Americans, through our specific historical experience, slavery, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, segregation, and the mighty civil rights movement, those experiences produce a distinct people, distinct from everybody in the Caribbean and everybody in Africa. Got it? So like every other people in the world, we named ourselves. You got it? Well, most people, because people still using their exonymic colonizer names. So we named ourselves. Got it? So, and the name we chose was Black. The guy hopped on here and said, hey, man, let's talk about facts. And then he talked about everything but facts. He would not establish facts, bro. You cannot do the fact game with me. My name is Unbiased Ron. I'm a scholar in your spaces, and I'm cooking y'all on facts. No roasting, no name calling, just facts. You dig? It's a takeover. If you like what I'm doing, you want to support it, $ Unbiased Ron. Unbiased. UNBIASEDRON. Unbiased Ron's the name. $ Unbiased Ron and Dr. Umar's voice. Get on your cash app. Get on your cash app. We doing great things, family. We trying to build family. $ Unbiased Ron. Now, let me keep cooking. Because I got to end the TikTok soon. I'm going to stay on YouTube, but the TikTok going to end in about 30, 40 minutes. I've been cooking for a while. So if you guys want to donate to the Cash App for whatever, go ahead. But you should definitely donate for some coffee because I plan on going wild. Okay. And we're going to open up the YouTube Zoom link later because you can hear the people on TikTok, but they can't hear you from YouTube. So once I end TikTok, the YouTube Zoom link will be available. And the YouTube is FBA News and Updates. It's one of the latest channels around on YouTube. All right. So White T Man, check this out. No, not White T Man. I'm not done with the Caribbean and Africa. So you guys tried to undermine us by collapsing everything into genetics. What do your DNA test says? What are the results? Like you disregarded what an ethnogenesis is, and you disregarded what an ethnonym is. And you said, screw what you call yourself. What is your genetics? Very, very disrespectful. Very, very disrespectful. You guys said we have African ancestry, so therefore we're African. You guys said that. You guys said you said you FBAs got African ancestry, so you're now African. That's you guys math. Your math was mathing like that. But as you're finding out, that's not how ethonyms work. Okay, so we got some more people want to hop on before we get off TikTok. We invite you one by one. I don't want no overlapping, over talking. Okay, so that person. Okay, next person up. That was probably okay. You guys might have clicked by mistake. All right, let's go. That is not how ethonyms work. Okay. Nobody tells Haitians they're not Haitians. They're African because of what something might say in a DNA test. Nobody tells Germans they're not German. They're just European. Nobody tells white Americans in America. You guys ain't that bold. You're zaddy. You don't tell your zaddy the white Americans they're not American. They're just European or British people, right? You wouldn't dare say that. You wouldn't dare tell a whitey American they're not American or whitey. They're just simply British. And you won't do that because you know that identity is not about ancestry. You know that. You know identity is about history, place, and peoplehood. Shared experiences. So now, you guys that were born in Africa, that's from a tribe, right? That got citizenship and nationality in Africa. Africa or African, that is your continental identifier, right? It refers to people from nations within Africa, let's say Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, those places, Zimbabwe, whatever. None of FBA ancestors, Black American ancestors, for the last 400 something odd years were born in any of those countries. Our lineage was forged here in America. So when we say we're Black Americans, we are defining our specific people. Okay? Don't mix stuff up. Now, here's the problem. Here's where the racial label is a problem for Black Americans that an immigrant wouldn't be able to comprehend until I'm telling you. So in the United States, the government, through the Office of Management and Budget, uses Black as a broad racial category. So that includes both descendants of U.S. slavery and immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean. So we're lumped up together in the racial category, which ain't really a problem. The problem is they're using Black as the name of the racial category. Had they used something else, have they used people of African descent? Had they used, let's say, melanated people or whatever, cool. But they called it Black. That's the finesse. That creates the problem. Okay? Because what is being treated as a race, is for us also functioning as an ethnic identity. Do you get that? What is being treated as a race for you guys is being treated as an ethnic identity for us, for Black Americans. So it has a double usage. One is inclusive to you. It's a dichotomy effect. It's being exclusive to you while being exclusive to us. Hold on. Y'all all right? That's the this Islam. Y'all all right? Out of nowhere. Y'all all right? Okay. $15 super chat in the building. Dominique. Hold on. YouTube is tripping. Dominique F. Hudson said, always teaching, love it, learning a lot. Thank you. I'm biased, Ron. Yes, sir, man. That's my call in life, is to clear the confusion. Okay, so before I end on TikTok, let me finish up. Let me tell you the problem with the racial category for Black Americans. Okay, so like I said, when the white T man collapses different groups into one category, everyone loses specificity. Now, that word has always been a tongue tire to me, but I've been getting better with that word. So again, when the white T man collapses different groups, different ethnic groups, different backgrounds of people into one category, Black, everyone loses specificity and we all becomes this generic Black person, right? So the clarity is gone. But here's the problem. When that happens, the white T man doesn't owe a debt to these Black people because these Black people all ain't experienced U.S. chattel slavery, Jim Crow, housing discrimination, GI Bill exclusion. Not everybody experienced that. The 100 years of lynching. Not everybody in this Black group experienced that. So we can't write a check. We can't correct the harm for this Black group because a lot of these people were not harmed. Y'all don't see that finesse? So that was the goal, or one of the goals, or intentional or unintentional, that became a thing. Okay, that's the truth. You want facts? There's your facts. So now that you are considered Black, now you're lumped up in a harmed racial group under Black. The white T man doesn't owe a debt, and we lose the ability to address our unique historical claims and outcomes. Okay? So those that have an ear, let them hear. Remember, every immigrant of African descent is documented on paper along with us as racially Black. That's very important because the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause limits how the government can distribute benefits based purely on race. So anyone who is Black is racially excluded, which excludes us, Black Americans. That's why broad race-based programs face legal challenges and get cooked by Ed Blum every time. But that doesn't happen when we're addressing a specific harmed group like foundational Black Americans, like Solon, like Adolf, like freedmen, U.S. freedmen, foundational American freedmen. Therefore, when Black is treated only as a race, it becomes legally difficult to target programs specifically for people that are Black racially, including us, the descendants of American slavery, American chattel slavery. Why? Because the category has become too broad. Like I said before, in the 1960s, during Dr. King time, the only racially black people were black Americans. 99.9% of those who could be called black racially were exclusively black Americans. So this was not an issue, right? So the bottom line is that when we use those terms, Solon, Friedman, Adolf, FBA, all we're saying is that we are a distinct people. We're not simply this generic black racial group, right? We have unique identities that need to be respected. So amongst that racial black group, guess who comes out? Haitians. They preserve their identity. Guess who comes out? Jamaican. They preserve their identities. Nigerians, Africans. But when we come out, we don't preserve an identity. We're lost. We're just black. So we are the only ones who come out that racial category with no unique identity that's separate from that racial category. We become the generic black people while everybody else has specific identities. Did you meant to come off? So I don't think, did you the Sonic head, did you meant to come to the, or was that a mistake? Was that a mistake, Mr. What they say? Mr. something Bo. All right, well look, I'm gonna drop you back down, come back up if it wasn't a mistake, because your background was ridiculous. So you might have clicked by mistake. So yeah, we don't come out the racial black group as a distinct people. Everybody else can come out and be who they always was, a distinct people. We come out just generic black people. So so that means that the Jamaicans can come out and get something addressed to them because Jamaica is not a racial category, not a racial group. So there could be something done for Jamaicans who were harmed, something done for Nigerians. Everybody who comes in that racially black group, when they come out, they could have something exclusively done to them if they were harmed. We're the only people, black Americans, that come out that racially black group that still can't get nothing specifically done for us as a harmed people because we're still black. We're the only people that keep the black with us, that's racialized, that keep the African American with us, that's racialized. We're the only people that don't have a label that's not racially tied. So it's common sense. We had to come up with FBA. That's our version of being Haitian. ADOS is our version of being Nigerian. Freeman is our version of being from Zimbabwe. You get it? Good. So that's not exclusion. So when we come out with identifier as well, like you guys, that's not exclusion. That's not being xenophobic. That's not being divisive. That's called being unique like you. We are black Americans, not because of genetics alone, kick your DNA test in the garbage, but because we have a shared history, right, and experience that produce us as a distinctive people from you, like you are from us. And if we want outcomes from our American government that actually address our conditions, we have to be willing to name ourselves clearly, distinctively. Now, when we say delineate, that's that part. The part of delineating is to be precise with our name. It can't be a generic black name or an African American name. That's still it can't be a racially known name and an ethnic known name. Okay, it has to be clearly one thing, and that is delineation. That's called delineation. Now let's talk about disaggregation. Fred, hit the button. I think you want to come up. So let's talk about disaggregation. Now, did you want to talk, Fresh? Okay. Are you good? Yeah. So now, after delineation comes disaggregation. It doesn't stop at delineation, people. It keeps going. Okay. So we have. Now, why does disaggregation matters? Because it tackles how we black Americans are counted on that paper. Because how you're counted determines how you're seen, and how you're seen determines how you're owed or determines what you're owed. So right now in the United States, the government allows anyone of African descent, whether they are descendants of American slavery or recent immigrants, to check the same box black, as we know now. So on the surface, that sounds inclusive. That sounds like Black Power, Pan-Africanism. But in practice, it creates a serious problem. It creates what I call paper genocide through paper assimilation, dilution of inclusion. And what do I mean by that? What I mean is that distinct groups with different histories, different starting points, and different relationships to this country are being merged into one category on paper, black. And when that happens, the data gets blurred. We as Black Americans are not just defined by ancestry, we're defined by a specific historical injury, slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, exclusion from wealth building programs. That injury is specific to us Black Americans, and we are not obligated to extend that to no immigrant. Okay? But when our data is combined with people who immigrated here voluntarily, often through selective immigration systems, in other ways, the outcomes can look very different. So you have a single category, black, that includes, again, Black Americans and all type of immigrants. And those groups, those immigrants, they have different economic patterns, different educational backgrounds, and different starting points. And they come with different cultures, different way of looking at the world. And they don't come here to end systemic racism. Can we agree on that? When they come over here, and not saying that they should come over for that. I'm just saying, let's be real. They don't come over here to end systemic racism. That is a Black American duty. All right. So when that happens, when you aggregate all of that into one number, it can create the appearance that Black people, quote unquote, Black people, are doing better than they actually are. So it's no need for your condition to be fully addressed. Right. But because the category now includes people who were never part of the original harm we are seeking to address. They were never included, but now they're included, but they were never harmed. That's the problem. And that matters, especially when we talk about reparations, obviously, because only the injured party can be redressed, not people who just be added to mess it up, to muck up the waters. All right. So as you know, reparations, or as you should know, reparations are not just about history. They're also about demonstrating ongoing impact. I try to tell my brother, truth teller, no, it's beyond chattel slavery, my guy. All the way to 2026. As long as systemic racism is impacting us, that everybody, our kids will be included. Our kids' will be included to reparations. Everybody will be involved as long as they keep this going. So it's in their best interest to pay out, because they're going to be paying lineages, right? All type of descendants. In most legal and policy frameworks, you don't just show that harm happened. You show that the harm still has consequences, truth teller. Our claim for reparations does not depend on us struggling today. It is rooted in a documented unpaid debt, forced labor, broken promises, and state-sanctioned discrimination. But perception still matters in policy and politics. So if the data suggests that the group is doing fine, it becomes easier for critics to say, why do you need redress? You're doing better. Look at your doctors. Look, you got doctors now. You got nurses now. Look, you got people in Congress and you know, the Black Caucus. You got representation. You guys are doing fine. They're including the immigrants. So let's look at Ghana. Ghana has spoken at the United Nations about reparations, not because it's thriving beyond question, but because it is making the case that historical exploitation has had lasting economic consequences, right? So they are presenting a clear, specific claim tied to a defined people and outcome. Now, it's a nothing burger because they were the reason for their own demise. They sold us. They empowered white T man. So that's a nothing burger. But the point is, you only seek reparations. Your reparations claim is strong when you're still impacted and you can't get right because of it. You have to be injured. That's like if you're suing for like damages of a car accident. If you're injured at a job, right? You want a big bag, you got to show, hey, I never really fully recovered. You can't be doing Michael Jordan, Kyrie Irving on the basketball court talking about, hey man, I need that money for my leg still. Like they'll send you something, but it won't be nothing near. They watching Kyrie on the damn screen, like, yeah, I ain't nothing wrong with you, bro. That was a minor setback. You good. Matter of fact, you better. They might make that claim. So when our identity is generalized, our case becomes easier to dismiss as you see. So the solution is not about exclusion. The solution is about precise. Delineation literally means being precise of who you are. We need data disaggregated, obviously, the ability to distinguish descendants of U.S. slavery and all of you folks who immigrated over here so that the policy can actually reflect reality. Okay? Because if we don't separate the data, we risk separating ourselves from the very claim we're trying to make. Okay? We are not just asking to be seen, we're asking to be counted correctly, because when we are counted correctly, our history is clear, our conditions are clear, and our case becomes stronger, not weaker. Right? So last, Lena coming up. Yes, I'm going to let Lena see what she got to say. We're going to get off TikTok. What's up, Lena?
Ron,
Yes.
thanks for this space. Thanks for giving us an educational space without all the yelling and screaming. And I want to tell you that you may be shadow banned, but you may not, because this place, they're so used to screaming, yelling, and going back and forth that it's like a place of toxicity, right? So as long as you're keeping it like this, very educational, and you don't allow all the trolls on your panel, then they're not going to be around. The people who are not serious about learning and people who have low ethnic pride within the FBAs. So thank you very much for keeping the trolls out and continuing with the education. And before you leave out, please tell them what your YouTube page is, because you're going to go live there, right?
I've been live, so I'm going to close out here and just continue live over there. The YouTube is FBA News and Updates.
Did you hear somebody asked that? I can't. Did you hear what he said? FBA News and Update.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For that, and I hope you would come here, because there are some FBAs that are just really, they let too many trolls come on their panel, and the people who want to connect with them is very hard, because you know for a fact that some of these people are trolls, and you can't understand. Like, there's generally some people who don't know what FBA is, right? And so it's up to us to educate those people. And also, you know, you can pretty much tell who's a troll, and you just can't let them go on every panel asking what is FBA and start cursing and all this stuff. So I appreciate that. And I hope one day we get to talk about those so-called FBA with low ethnic pride that will let people come on there and just talk about us 24/7.
Yeah, we're going to call them out as well. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So TikTok.
Differences between deductive reasoning.
I'm going to not just yet. TikTok. We got maybe 2 more minutes on TikTok.
Differences between deductive reasoning.
I didn't click that. Okay, can you click what I actually clicked? Yeah, so I'm probably gonna play let me see, on YouTube. I'm gonna do a reaction on, let's see, some videos. Oh, that YN. Okay, so you missed it, Lena. I did a reaction on a cross-examination, right, of a case. And I'm gonna do a second reaction on YouTube. So YouTube, we're gonna peace understanding. What's going on, you fam? Dominique Hudson said I need to be on a reparation board. Yeah, I want mine. I think they had somebody said something's happened in my city. Something they trying to do a Black Wall Street. Something like when people use Black Wall Street, like for me to galvanize us, for me red flags just pop up. When people use like Black Wall Street, like successful historical terms to galvanize us, like for me, like oh boy, like yeah, they want money. They want us to join their crypto, or they gonna have teach us how to do forex, and we can win every time. It's normally a scam associated when people say, "Hey man, I got this Black Wall Street program. I'm gonna rebuild Black Wall Street." Like, dude, stop it. That usually come with a finesse. So what I'm gonna do now on YouTube, as I close out here, I do a lot of reactions on YouTube. I react to videos, so and I give us some education because I know a lot. So we're gonna go with some civics, right? So a young YN unfortunately was involved in the deletion of a white T girl, right? And his code D happened to be um oh oh a white T guy. So he deleted a white T gal, and his code D happened to be a white T guy. So you know how that goes. I'm not a Crip. I'm not a gangster. I'm just oh, a white boy. You dig?
So what happened to the white guy?
Oh, so he got convicted first.
Oh,
right. Yeah, he gonna see sentencing. So I think he was guilty on all charges. So like he's out of there. So now you know if he's convicted, you know the black, but we don't know his sentencing because that's the finesse too. The finesse is they convict these white T people, but they don't serve no jail time. They get like 20,000 years on probation and things like that. But if the white T guy was convicted, you know the YN about to be on some old lethal injection type time. All right. All right, TikTok, thank you. I'm going to close out TikTok. I'm going to continue on YouTube. FBA News and Updates.
Yeah, are you okay? So can you kind of tell us when you're going to be on TikTok? Because usually people are working during this hour, so that's another reason why you may not have had a lot of people as well.
Yeah, so I'm gonna try to do the same thing. So so tomorrow I got this appointment. So, but normally I'm gonna try to do this again. I'm gonna try to go TikTok and YouTube. So I'm YouTube in the morning around 10 a.m. So I'm gonna try to do TikTok 10 a.m. and then every so often maybe like evening, like 9, 10 p.m. But it'll be 10 a.m. 10 a.m. when I do YouTube. I'm gonna dual stream again tomorrow, but a little later tomorrow 'cause I got an appointment, so maybe around 12 o'clock tomorrow. But normally,
Are you doing
10 a.m.
YouTube and TikTok right now?
Yeah, both.
Oh, okay. So, but really, you need to be on TikTok, really.
Well, look,
You need to be
everybody on YouTube they hear you right now because I got my microphone that's really well. It hears everything you're saying. So I got my phone on TikTok and I got you on speakerphone. So both is happening, and both are, still doing what it's doing.
But this place needs a balance. This place is because really, if we don't balance this place out, we're gonna lose the momentum. We really wouldn't, but we need a balance around here. Because again, there are some FBAs here that are allowing the most on their panels, and it's just a lot of us are getting tired of it. I'm not really trying to go on these panels like before because I can't take the screaming and stuff.
I tried one time and it was ridiculous. But yes, we're gonna do that. But I gotta really get off TikTok. So FBA News and Updates. Yep. So Tariq did
I'll be over
okay.
YouTube.
So I'm gonna first react off Tariq video. He did a video on a Jamaican professor who said we already got reparations. So I'm dying to hear that. So peace TikTok. Yep, peace TikTok. Yeah, TikTok community, we're out. And YouTube, FBA News and Updates. All right, so now I gotta switch to my phone. I gotta end TikTok because I can't do both. I can't use a laptop and phone. Laptop needs internet. All right, so now let me switch to my phone. Yeah, I'm like really behind on time. So let's get this up and going. All right, we're here. We're here. All right, hold on 1 second, family. Right, let's get this going. Okay, now let me share my screen. A Jamaican guy said we already got reparations. The Jamaican guy said we already got reparations. I gotta hear this hate speech. So let me share it with you guys. Yeah, this was a dope live. You know, we was able to get some TikTokers to call in, and you see how they weren't used to like talking facts. Hey, let's establish facts. Oh, Haiti was a black republic. In what language? Yeah, all right. That thing was a Haitian republic. All right, all right, all right. Hold on. Wait, am I connected Bluetooth? No, right? All right, share my screen now. Share my screen now, family. What voice? How was that?
Count Mustila in here. Count Mustila from Romania. What's going on, Count Mustila?
Hello, good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. And you?
Man, everything over there in Romania.
Everything is fine. It's sunny today. Just checking on you if you have you've changed or you've have a change of mind regarding us.
Well, like what? What do you mean change of mind? What do you think my mind is now?
Well, I was hearing someone talking about reparation.
Okay.
And you know that us Africa, we are the one that needs it more because we are the one taking our slave to the Americans.
But you've never set foot here, sir. So what are you talking about?
That's another thing, family. They tried to act like, oh, so it was Africans who were enslaved, and it was Africans who came to America. So we're Africans. So that's us. That's our end. That's no. Remember, you didn't sell yourself, right? Keep in mind, remember, you guys didn't sell yourself. You sold the other people. So you sold the other people, remember? All right, so and stop that. And then you sold us. So how do you get something from selling us? You're getting what you deserve. You're cursed. You're getting nothing, literally nothing. Africa is not producing anything for Africans like yourself, definitely the West Africans. So you're cursed, my guy. Hold the L. You're getting exactly what you're due, which is nothing. Nothing.
Well, our forefathers set foot there. They make what America is today. So without us, you guys ain't getting any reparation. You
What
need us more than
forefathers?
we need.
What forefathers?
Our forefathers were taken as slaves. That's what I mean. Our ancestors. So we need to fight for them. And without us, you guys' voice is not heard. You need us, African leaders. You need to come together. Because nobody takes you serious in America. So you need serious leadership.
So which one of y'all is taken serious? Who's taken serious in your homeland?
You see the president of Ghana championing it. See how the world leaders are listening. But the FBA, you have no leader anymore. After Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson, they're all gone. The only people you look up to now are rappers, Tog, Boosie, Pimp like Tariq. You need a strong voice. And African leaders are the strong voice that can get us, all of us, reparation.
But your ass is in Romania. You ain't even in Africa.
That doesn't mean that we are travelers. As
Yeah,
I
it
said.
does. Yeah, you fled from Africa, sir. You are a musty vampire over there in Romania.
You see? Instead of
you fled from your homeland. You sit up here telling us how much we need you, and you ain't even in Africa, sir. You got the hell up out of there.
Instead of you to listen and let us come together. Okay, tell me.
You ain't even together. You got the hell out of Africa, sir. You fled.
No. I didn't fled.
Yes, you did fled.
We are African. We are everywhere. We are migrants.
You're a vampire bat. Vampire bats everywhere. No, you're escaping. No, we ain't everywhere. We're FBAs are in our homeland because we ain't got to run all over the damn place.
Okay. Do you think you don't need us to get reparation?
What we need you for?
You're joking.
We need you for? What we need you for?
Okay, who take which leader do you have?
Nothing. What we need you for?
Leader?
What do we need you for?
For reparation, you need us. You need African leaders.
How?
Okay, which leader do you have that speaks for you at the United Nations? None.
We don't need the United Nations. We're going to the U.S. government. The United Nations ain't gonna do nothing. They are the United Nations are do boys of the damn U.S. government.
For how many
United
years
Nations
have you been crying?
Are flunkies of the U.S. government.
Did they listen? No.
They what?
Do they listen after you crying for many years for reparation?
That's you projecting. We ain't crying for nothing. That's you projecting. You're crying for more Red Cross rights at the border, sir. Y'all love projecting y'all deprivation on us. We're not crying for anything, sir. That's you projecting. You had to cry for citizenship in Romania as a refugee. Not us. Y'all stop projecting that stuff on us. We ain't fleeing like you.
A brotherly advice.
I don't get advice from fleeing vampires.
You guys need us. You
Sir,
need us.
You don't even need you. You had to get away from your damn self.
No, I'm not.
You don't even use yourself. You can't even benefit yourself. You run from each other, sir. You hop on inner tubes and just float anywhere. Romania, Afghanistan, Dubai. You're just floating all over the place. Like musty damn tilapia.
Let me give
like
you
musty
guys
tilapia fish. You're just
advice.
floating. You what?
You better apologize to us, Africa, and let's fight this together. You need
fight
to
what
apologize.
Together? Y'all over there bopping each other upside the head over there. What are you talking about?
You guys need to apologize for all the names you've been calling us. Without that, you are getting nothing.
What names?
Not even dying.
Y'all over there bopping each other upside the head, sir. There's videos coming out of, especially South Africa. They are beating each other down over there, sir.
No, those ones are another case entirely.
Why don't you get it together over there? Why don't y'all get that together?
We are focusing on reparation. That's another issue entirely. We focus on reparation. How many leaders do you have now? Busi, Pimp, the Tariq, shouting. Was that man, that short man, that shouting or what? Are those leaders? Will any world leader listen to all these people? Your leaders have all gone. Martin Luther, Jesse Jackson. You know, you don't have any. A house without a head is
Sir. The lineage is the leader. We don't need that. Y'all got powerless leaders. Y'all got leaders who can't do nothing for you, sir. You bragging about leaders and y'all sitting up there eating bushmeat, wiping your ass with tree bark. How's that leadership working for you?
So if United Nations now invite you, if they invited a leader from your community, who is going to lead?
How is your leadership working for you, sir? Where you had to flee with a luggage full of bushmeat to get the hell up out of there. How is the leadership working for you? Huh? See, our code is the leadership.
Without us, Tariq, you are getting nothing. You are getting nothing. You guys are getting nothing without us.
You can't do anything for us, sir. You have delusions of grandeur. You can't do nothing for us.
More than we need you.
You can't even do anything for yourself. How can somebody who wipes their ass with newspapers do anything for us?
Look, that is what you people also do that back in the days.
No, we never done that, sir.
This is normal. This is normal. We evolve. We evolve with time.
You haven't evolved, sir. Yeah, you haven't evolved. You've been stuck in a time warp, and you talking about we need you. Need you for what?
Because we are the ancient people. We have to keep the ancient culture. You come back home, you see where your forefathers lived before moving to America. You see the kind of food they eat. If we don't keep that culture, what are you going to come back to see?
Yeah, we got our own culture, sir. We don't have egusi and giraffe nuggets. We don't eat that, sir. That's not our culture. We have a different culture. That's why everybody comes over here to indulge in our culture. They're not doing it to yours. I'm not being mean-spirited, sir. You don't even like your culture. That's why you're not in your homeland, right?
FBA, you need African than Africa need you.
No, sir. You used to being everybody's punk. You getting punked out, tricked out. You just running around like a little wayward hoe. That's not how you live, sir. We don't need that. You a grown man running around like little wayward hoes, flopping up and down the international host roll. That's not a good look, sir, is it? Come on, Dudu Tunde.
Okay, how many languages do you speak, Tariq?
We don't need to speak a whole bunch of different languages. Because we're not running all over the place. We speak English. That's all we need to speak, sir. Because we're not fleeing.
In Africa, we speak Italian, we speak Spanish, we speak French, Portuguese.
Because you flee to Italy, you flee to Spain, you flee to France. Yeah, you have to speak languages to accommodate your fleeing. We don't. You see how that works?
That is what they call exposure. You need to
no,
leave.
It's called refugeeism, sir. We're not refugees. We don't have to learn different languages everywhere we flee.
Around America, you don't see outside America. You need to go out and see what
we're fine. We're fine. This is a great country we built. We can sit here and enjoy it. We ain't got to sit up with no electricity, wiping our ass with skunk fur. We don't have to do that, sir.
That makes us stronger than you.
No. Wiping your ass with guinea pig fur does not make you stronger.
All those problems we African has.
It makes you smell stronger, but it doesn't make you stronger, sir. I'm sorry. All right. Dudu Tunde, thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, he said it makes you smell stronger, but it doesn't make you stronger. I'm over here hollering. All right. Wait, what was that? There's another cross-examination? Hold on. Detective Joss. Okay, that is the that's a different cross-examination. But that was hilarious. This guy said, we need Africa to, the hell's that? My man said, we need Africa to get reparations, family. All right, so this is what I'm gonna do, because I don't want the channel to be all over the place. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to end the live, come back on and do the cross-examinations. Because I don't want to do the cross-examinations while the title is the title, you feel me? So I'm gonna end this live. So anybody new, subscribe, click the notification bell. And I'm gonna come back, I would say around, who knows, an hour or so. I'm gonna get something to eat. Hungry as crap. I don't eat breakfast, I just drink coffee. And I didn't even do that this morning. I was running around. But yeah, man, subscribe, share, whatever. And if you want to support the channel, support my efforts and hard work, research and scholarship, and you see how I debunk those people with class. I didn't call nobody the T word. You see what I'm saying? I didn't get angered. I debunked them with class and education. I didn't offend them. I didn't create what they call diaspora war. Just cook them educationally. You feel me? All right, family. And I'm going to replay that, you dig, again another time. So peace to the family. And anybody's new, I got to give you, anybody new, don't leave just yet. I got to give you guys lineage wrenches. So everybody who's FBA that comes over here, FBA, Adolf, Friedman, Salon, if you identify yourself with a delineated term, I got to give you guys a lineage wrench. So I got to help you guys. You guys got to be a moderator of the channel. You guys got to help me tame the trolls. So everybody's new. If you're new, do not leave just yet. Let me give y'all wrenches. Shoot. Hold on. Okay, we got Jumper Joy. Let me give you a wrench, Jumper Joy. So if you're FBA and you're new, just say you're FBA or however you want to let that be known. Jumper Joy. Okay, so I give you a lineage wrench, Jumper Joy. You've been active in the chat. Okay, we got B Queen included on that. How is African included on that chat GPT? I think B Queen is FBA. Let me know, B Queen. We had True Love Goes Nowhere. Okay, I think you're already the lineage. Okay. All right. So yeah, like I said, like the video on your way out. You want to support the channel financially. $unbiased Ron. The money will be used to support my AIs. I use 3 AIs. I got YouTube Premium. You know, I do a lot of things. So y'all want to support the work? That is called the work. You're supporting the AI, the monthly, whatever contributes to my AIs. YouTube Premium, so we don't get no commercials. I could play Tariq Nasheed videos without a commercial cutting in. Also, I don't monetize my videos, my live videos. None of them are monetized. I'm not saying I won't ever, but I just don't. So that means I'm being financed 100% from the lineage. All right. So consider all that while you're thinking about donating to the Cash App. We out of here, family. Peace.